Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our media lounge. It's our Real Chemistry Healthcare Media Lounge. I'm Aaron Strout. I am the CMO of Real Chemistry, formerly W2O. And we're going to do a little 15-minute recap of yesterday. Look forward to today. And lots of great content yesterday. I won't reread everything, but just a few highlights because I think we covered a number of different great topics. A lot of vaccine confidence, which I think we're all very eager to learn more about. We dug into the research, talked about conscious capitalism with two brand leaders, recognizable brand leaders from IBM and from American Express, led by friend Josh Campbell. Our CEO, Jim Weiss, spoke with MM&M, PR Week, and Campaign Magazine about the role that communication platforms and media play in creating confidence and why it's so important. We spoke to one of the unicorns in the industry, Myrtle Potter, lovely individual. She's a Black CEO in a white male-dominated world. She had a great fireside chat with our Mike Huckman, covered a lot of different areas about the future state of healthcare. And then we dug into a couple of really innovation-focused panels. There was innovation to everything. The first was 5 things to know about digital transformation. And you heard from industry leaders like Brian Solis, who's a pioneer of South by Southwest. He's now the global evangelist at Salesforce. We had the CTO of Merck. Great information from him, especially because he was only 6 months in, Ron Kim. And then I had a couple of our leaders at Real Chemistry, our CTO, and our chief digital officer, and really dug into some recent research that we did, teased that, and talked about some of the trends, and that will be coming out soon, so keep an eye open for that. We had a great discussion talking about healthcare, gender, race with Dr. Chu, Dr. Sabri, and Mary Seidman, who leads our clinical affairs, really sort of digging deep into some of the issues. We heard Dr. Sabri's story of how it was that she became so involved in social media, and the important role that it plays, especially among physicians, particularly physicians that are minority physicians. And then one of my personal favorites with 2 great friends, client colleagues. So Ellen Gerstein, she and I realized, we first met 10 plus years ago. She was working for the Dummies series. I wrote a Dummies book, but she's now at Pfizer and she leads content strategy engagement. So a lot of their employee communications. She did a fireside chat with our global president, Jennifer Gottlieb, and they talked a lot about sort of some of the stories that unrolled over the last year during the pandemic and what it was like to be a member of the first company to bring a vaccine, a COVID vaccine, to market in unprecedented time. And it was kind of a nice look back and good perspective on what's ahead. Another great session led by another veteran of South by Southwest, Shira Lazar. She talked with our COO, Angela Gillespie, Dr. Alfie, Dr. Raghu, and really the importance of wellness and mental health accessibility. And I think that's always been important, but it's something that during a pandemic is probably way more important than it's ever been. Another one, and I think people may know this, we brought a company called Star Power, a talent management company, into the fold several months ago. And so we had a great discussion with 2 of our leaders from Star Power, Kelly Gentile and Heather Magro. We had Alyssa Lask, who's the VP and General Manager at Aesthetics at Galderma, and Jordan Lloyd, who's a healthcare influencer. She has her own, she's going to be on a TV show coming up soon, and really got down to the brass tacks of why it's important to have influencers advocating on behalf of your treatment, drug, et cetera, therapy, and got into a little bit of the nuts and bolts of, how Galderma and Jordan have worked together. Did another live case study, and this was with Michelle Schimmel, who's one of the leaders here at Real Chemistry, talking to Catherine Chow, who is the VP of Strategy and Evaluation at the Ad Council. And the Ad Council last fall, when the vaccines were rolling out, realized that they really needed to mount a campaign. So they put a gargantuan effort, $50 million worth of donated media. We, along with a few other entities and agencies, partnered with them to do their first wave, which is getting out to healthcare professionals. And so a really nice discussion between the 2 of them. Had a great focus panel with a bunch of folks from our partner Dynamic Signal, and then several leaders, internal comms, employee comms leaders from payers, Hawaii Pacific Health, Oregon Health and Science University, and Sutter Health, and talked a lot about sort of how the right tools and the right strategies can make a huge impact on the front line, particularly people that aren't sitting in front of laptops like a lot of us are all day, and make sure that they can connect with them. And then last up, probably, one of my top three favorite of the day, we had a session called The Matter of Black Life or Death, Black Mamas on Maternal Health. And so Joel Jones, who's a senior director in corporate affairs with us, spoke with Monica Elston, who's a nurse, an OBGYN at Georgetown Hospital, Stephanie Kimu, who's the co-founder of the Black Doula Project. And we talked about some of the terrible racism in the treatment of Black women in particular during childcare or childbearing years and their childbirth experience. And all three are mothers. All three have experienced some level of racism in their experience. And it really was sort of, I don't want to say eye-opening because I've already heard quite a bit about it, but a sobering account of what's happened, what can be done. I think that was the part that I liked the most, is how prescriptive the session was. And then for those that stuck around, we had an amazing performance by Lolo. Lolo played at our GeekAQ, which is one of the things we do in Austin every year, back in 2017. The fun part is she's down in Nashville, and she was at a local bar, so there were a few live members in the audience, but we all jammed out and did a really nice hour-long celebration with her. I believe that video, team kick me into the seat if we need to, is available on our YouTube channel, the same one that you're streaming here. So we are doing a replay of that later today. And so anyway, it was a great day yesterday. I'm going to do a few housekeeping notes for today before we jump in. Our first content starts in 7 minutes. It's an amazing session with Sandra Lindsay, who is a registered nurse, but the first person in the United States to receive the COVID vaccine. We have Dr. Reed Tuckson, who many of you may have seen already at some of our other programming. He's the co-founder of the Black Coalition Against COVID. Just an amazing human being. He's on TV regularly. So if you haven't seen him with us, you may have seen him elsewhere. And then Judy Sewards, who's the VP and head of clinical trial experience at Pfizer. So, more from that sort of front lines. They're talking about science, data, influence, humanity, lessons we're learning about earning vaccine confidence. So certainly those that can be applied to today, but also for future pandemics or other major outbreaks. And that's led by our own Barbara Pinto, former TV journalist and works in our executive coaching or communications practice. And she's a real treat as well. Before I do get into the nuts and bolts, just a reminder that as we always like to tell you, we are recording these sessions. So we are able to send these around to you after the fact. We are tracking this using a hashtag RealChem South by Southwest. That's RealChem SXSW. So if you want to follow along, a lot of rich conversation yesterday on Twitter. Saw a bunch of people posting on LinkedIn as well, but certainly if you want to, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram. And then lastly, for some of these sessions, and this first one, I think most of the sessions today are live. So if you want to post questions down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen in YouTube Live, our team will be monitoring them. Feel free to make comments, a lot of great insights and commentary on the discussion, but also feel free to ask questions of the speakers if you'd like to. One note today about the scheduling. So one of the things that we try to do, because we gave you a lot of content yesterday, and we know that people are dialing in from all over the world, so that wasn't by mistake. But the way the schedule lays out today, just from a macro perspective, is we have a couple of amazing sessions leading in, right? So I mentioned the first one that talks about the science, data, and influence. Right after that, we have clinical trial diversity and recruitment and identification. So some of you may have heard about the partnership that Parexel and Signify Health announced. That was back in January. We actually helped break that news during our JP Morgan session. We have Sandra Amaro, who is a senior director and head of clinical trial diversity at Pfizer. So you're getting a theme here with Pfizer, led by Eric Roberts, There's a VP of Trial Diversity and Inclusion from Hue, which is our clinical solutions division. Both of those are going to be amazing. Then we have a little palate cleanser. Any of you tuned in yesterday, Kelly Campanis, she's going to lead a little bit of a meditation session to ground us and get us ready for the rest of the day. And then I'm doing a fireside chat with a gentleman that I know you're going to want to hear from, Michael Blum, Dr. Michael Blum. He's the Chief Digital Transformation Officer at UCSF Health. And we're going to talk about, racism and bias in AI development, why now is sort of the right time for this telehealth, digital health revolution. We're going to dig deeper than just some of the surface things. Talking about targeting patients that don't know that you exist, and so how we can use technology and AI to really get into this. As I mentioned, we're going to have a rebroadcast of the Lolo performance. Stephanie Agresta, who's one of the producers of this, alongside with me, and Madison Davis, is going to do a Real Chemistry Health Innovation talk over on Clubhouse. For those of you that are on Clubhouse, then we'll do that. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break, and at 2 o'clock we'll come back, and we've got the CEO of the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, Julie Fleshman, and she's going to be amazing. She's doing a fireside chat with April Lewis, also of Real Chemistry, and just more great content in the rest of the afternoon. One other one, speaking of Clubhouse, Jeremiah Aoyang at 4 o'clock. These are all Central Time, by the way. We'll be digging deep into sort of how to use audio platforms like Clubhouse, so you don't want to miss that. And so we'll have a final session with our own Wendy Carhart, my partner in crime, Ellen Gerstein, and Becky Graby, again, talking about sort of using the right platforms and technologies. And then I'll close us out around 5:25 Central Time. So with that, I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to say, go ahead and get a cup of coffee, get a breakfast bar or a bagel or whatever you want. And we're going to be back in about 2 minutes or 3 minutes with our first session of the day. So hang tight. Thanks for all being here, and looking forward to another amazing day of content. Welcome back, everyone. And as promised, we have our first session of the day today. And as I was just telling the panelists, we have so much great content, it's hard to pick, but definitely one of my favorites, given my knowledge of the folks that are on and the topic. We're talking science, data, influence in humanity, lessons we're learning about earning vaccine confidence. And you could not have a better crew here to tell you about this. It's going to be led by my esteemed colleague, Barbara Pinto. Barbara is our practice leader for executive communications at Real Chemistry. Also, as she likes to say, recovering journalist, having worked at ABC, PBS, CNBC. She's just a great person. Everyone on this call is a great person. I'm not the one you want to hear and see right now, so I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to turn it over to Barbara. Thank you, panelists, and I'm going to sit back and watch.
Thanks, Aaron, for that terrific introduction, and good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us this morning for our conversation. I want to introduce you to our panelists in just a moment, but let's set the scene first. Just over a year ago, a virus no one had ever seen before called COVID-19 began taking its deadly toll on the world. And now, just a matter of months later, we have 3 available vaccines in the United States. As of this morning, 113 million doses of the vaccine have been administered. That is great news, and it's a good start. That means only 12% of the US population is fully vaccinated at this point. We know that Black and brown communities were hit hardest by this pandemic, but recent polling shows the vaccination rate for Black Americans is half that of whites, and the gap for Hispanic communities, it's even larger. We know that vaccines can only do their life-saving work inside the human body, and the critical gap to having a vaccine in a vial and getting vaccinated is trust. So where do we stand when it comes to vaccine confidence? What are the biggest barriers? And what are we learning about bridging those gaps? To answer those questions, we're joined by some powerful voices from the front lines of the fight against COVID. Judy Sewards, head of clinical trial experience at Pfizer, the developer with BioNTech of the first mRNA vaccine for COVID-19. Dr. Reed Tuckson, physician, executive, leader in public health, and co-founder of the Black Coalition Against COVID. And Sandra Lindsay, director of critical care nursing at Long Island Jewish Hospital. You might recognize her from the cover of every single newspaper and website in the country as the first person in America to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Welcome to you all. Sandra, I want to start with you. I don't know about, Judy and I were saying we both cried when we saw you getting that vaccine. That photo, that moment symbolized what we all hoped would be the beginning of the end of the pandemic. As an intensive care nurse in a COVID hotspot, talk about what that moment meant to you getting that vaccine and what you hoped it would mean to others.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. After months of just witnessing extreme suffering, death by patients, their families, or staff, I could not believe on December 14th that a vaccine had come to market so rapidly, came to save us when we needed it the most, and that I was sitting in that chair and having that needle pierce my arm. It represented for me a beginning to the end of a very dark time in our history. It signified that healing is finally coming, that hope is here. It just signified so much for me. Preservation of life, abilities for others to be able to get that same feeling and recover their livelihoods and save lives. And I just couldn't wait for that needle to pierce my arm.
You don't often hear people say they are excited to get a shot, but we all experienced that watching you do that. And Judy, that speed, this was the first mRNA vaccine ever brought to patients in nothing short of a miraculous timeline, months instead of years. Take us back to those early days enrolling those first human trials. What was it like doing that, getting patients or volunteers to essentially take a leap of faith? And what learnings from that experience might help us build vaccine confidence today?
Sure. Thank you. And Senator, it's so nice to see you. I think it's just, here we are today versus reflecting back during that time. But I think it's, in the spring of last year, we as an organization were steadfastly focused. We knew the responsibility that was on our shoulders to potentially bring a solution to this pandemic. And I think there are a few things that we've learned along the way as we go forth. I think number one is just having science be our guide and be really focused on our science. We've had the mantra "science will win," and our CEO has come out and talked a lot about the science. But it was critically important for us to follow every single step that we normally would in any other trial and ensure that we maintain the highest quality standards that we would for any trial. And a key part of that, I think, is participants and participant safety. So, we on the team, as we work together every day, the participants were our guide in ensuring that we were taking into consideration their perspectives as well as, what this all really meant for them. And it meant a few things. I think one is we knew from the outset that we wanted to make sure that any COVID vaccine candidate was really available in terms of trials for those communities that were disproportionately impacted by the disease as one way to advance health equity. And so we took very intentional steps even before the trial began, throughout the trial, to make sure that our trials were inclusive. Now, clinical trial participation is absolutely a personal choice, but I think from Pfizer's perspective, our job was to make sure that we made it easier for those who chose to participate to be able to participate. So, for example, we reached out to clinical trial sites in those communities to eliminate transportation or barriers to access. And we know that that is a barrier for some. And we work closely with our sites to ensure that the local communities, that's where things happen. So the sites that we partnered with, their staff really, we invited them to partner with us in community engagement to really raise awareness about the importance of representation. And I think it happens on that local level. And I think that's a learning that we can take forward as we go. And then lastly, I think just transparency. We were in a unique situation where people were asking, what is your trial about? Where are you conducting it? How is it progressing? And so we made efforts to really be very forthcoming, speak with organizations who were interested, and share, on our public website, here's our clinical trial plan. Here are some frequently asked questions to really break it down for those who, were interested and wanted to know. And then really say, here's how many people we've enrolled. Here are the demographics by age, race, ethnicity as we progressed. And I think, those three things, which is, sticking with the science, engaging your communities, and being transparent, are all lessons that we can bring forward today, outside of the trial. The trial progresses, but that's the work that we need to do together.
Dr. Tuxen, let's turn to you. I know in spite of all of this, we are seeing skeptics and deep pockets of resistance and hesitancy in communities of every color. What do we know about who is hesitant, and what do we know about the why?
There are a number of American population subgroups that are concerned about the vaccine and have their own questions. Let's start and remember the most important thing. It's okay to have questions. It's a rational thing to have questions, but it is also important that we have experts who can address those questions. And that's why the Black Coalition Against COVID contains this army of Black health leaders and Black health professionals who have credibility, who can speak to the issues. For the African-American community, specifically to your point, there has been obviously our experience in America has been one of distrust. Obviously, this has been a fraught relationship people of color have had with our society, and there are deeply ingrained concerns and anxieties in terms of our relationship to the overall society. We all know and are aware, I'm sure, of the Tuskegee syphilis study, which was involved in the 1930s, where people with this disease of syphilis were denied treatment. for the disease so that people could study the natural history of syphilis throughout the human body. This was an outrageous experience and one that lives very deeply in the souls of people of color in this country. And unfortunately, those seeds are watered every day by our contemporary experience. And we see things like Black Lives Matter and other sorts of protests that signified to the significance of this sense of I am not recognized for my dignity, for my worth, that my life doesn't seem to have value. But it's not just the African-American community that we're seeing this, Barbara. We're seeing it also, for example, one of the largest groups, if not the largest groups of vaccine hesitancy today are white Republicans. And so there are issues there as we are seeing in our country, erosion in the confidence in science, deliberately manipulated erosion by outrageous attacks on on Dr. Fauci, on the FDA, and on the CDC. These were very hurtful and very damaging. The good news is, though, I think that we will continue to mount a response that has truth and expertise, listening very carefully to the concerns, and then responding with facts and truth over and over again.
Yeah, you raised an important point there. There is so much misinformation. People believing the vaccine can implant a computer chip or changes your DNA, causes infertility, all of these wild theories, none of them based in truth. Talk about how you're seeing, and Sandra, you're on the front lines, so I want to hear from you here. How are you dealing with these kinds of misinformation? How do we reach people who actually believe this?
So unfortunately, disparities in, say, education, how people receive information and process information affects communities of color, the people who are mostly resistant. So we need to get ahead of that by providing facts, breaking it down to people in ways that they understand, not using medical terms. We need bad information, misinformation travels fast. We need to go faster than those information, getting into the community with partnering with trusted leaders, cultural leaders, faith-based leaders within the communities that people trust to be messengers, deliver those messages, providing education in using different forms of education because people learn differently. So print information, social media, perhaps setting up hotlines within communities where people who live within the community and who are experts on these topics can staff those areas for people to be able to go to get information instead of going on social media and listening to conspiracy theories. We have to, what I do when I hear them, I listen and I provide the facts. I dispel those rumors. I share my experiences that myself and my nurses and so many other people are experiencing on the front lines.
And I would augment that with those very important points with our experience with the Black Coalition Against COVID is that when we do speak with trusted voices, physician experts who come of and from the community itself, all of us who live the experience of the audience itself and have now become professionals because of our concern and empathy and compassion for our community. When those voices are presented, it has a significant impact. And our polling is showing us that the flipping now from a few months ago with 70% of the African American community estimated to not be in favor of being vaccinated, now it's just the opposite. And so while we still have work to go, that's important. But the thing, Barbara, I want to emphasize to this audience in particular, and what I think is important for this audience to pay attention to, is that we've got to help America now begin a love embrace with science. It is amazing to me that all of these fantastic scientific breakthroughs, I mean, I am so impressed to hear Judy talk about the journey that Pfizer took. Why would people say, oh my God, I am concerned that you did what you did so fast? As opposed to saying, My God, the human mind, the human intelligence, the human capacity for learning, for evolving, for innovation is a celebratory thing. We have got to find a way to, after this pandemic is over, and we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to have to go back, Barbara, and have a conversation with America about embracing science and not letting the conspiracy theories that Sandra so eloquently talked about, let those become more important than the human genius.
From your mouth to God's ears, Dr. Tuxen. I would like to just, Judy, shift the conversation to you, knowing that we've never seen this level of collaboration in pharma. We have never seen this coming together of the minds that has given us such a miraculous result. Knowing vaccination efforts like this are as much about the human body as they are now about hearts and minds. How will that change our approach to medicine and possibly even public health going forward? How do you see the way forward from here?
Well, I think, building on what Dr. Tuxen has spoken about, I think in America, around the world, people are much more aware of the scientific process, the discovery process, et cetera, as we go forward. And I think we as an industry have also learned a lot about where we need to meet people. We know our process, we know, and we do it for a living, but I think we need to do a better job of educating people everywhere about, what it takes to develop a medicine or a vaccine, and really put it in language where we are meeting people where they are, right? For me, I'm like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Oh, it's super clear. Or here's what an informed consent document looks like. Or this is the process by which, a person can become aware and get involved in research. And so for me, one of the things that I'm really committed to personally, and I know our organization is how do we increase awareness and access and make medicine and science much more accessible early on? I think, there's a lot of education out there about medicine after it's approved or, as a treatment option. But I also think this awareness about clinical trials and education is something critically important that we need to do, because I think participation should be a right for anybody who chooses to do so. And so I think the work that we need to do, as an industry, and then I think the learnings we've had as a company is how do we break it down into language? How do we make it easier for people to participate as needed? And I think that's I think the next horizon as we think about it.
You raise such a great point, because I think people are missing the magic of the medicine simply sometimes because of the words or the language we're using. Polls have shown that terms like emergency use authorization were actually making people fearful that these vaccines had been rushed through. So in doing that, I mean, do we need to really think about how we communicate? How much of this, Dr. Tuxen, do you think, hinges on the language we use to describe this, perhaps being more patient-centric?
One of the major lessons that we have learned is the importance of the messenger, the importance of the language, and the importance of the approach. All three are critical. And so, for example, if people, to be able to, we've learned that it is okay to say to people, it's okay to have questions. That is a big breakthrough for us in terms of communications, because instead of saying, well, my gosh, you're dumb, or you're not sophisticated, or you're not literate, or you're not reading. No, it's good to have questions, and you should ask them. That's what an intelligent person does. Secondly, what are the ways in which we engage? We have learned how important it is to start with empathy, with compassion. And so one of the key learnings from the Black Coalition Against COVID we put out, with the help of our colleagues at W2O, a love letter to Black America. And the first words were, "Dear Black America, we love you." That was a key learning for us. Third, it is that we start to get underneath to listening to what people are saying. And we heard that earlier, listening to what people are saying, and then using the phrases that speak to what is really on people's mind and what their emotional triggers are. And so what I would conclude, Barbara, is that what is so important, and what I think is so exciting about parts of this pandemic, has been the recruitment into the healthcare system experts from the communication world in a way that we've never seen before. We have so many bright organizations who make their living communicating, and now they have deputized themselves or become deputized as part of the health team. And I think that is really something that now we will never be able to go back away from. I think we will always now have communication professionals right there with the health delivery team.
Sandra, I'm just wondering, in your interactions with people, with patients, how has your communication changed around educating people? Have you found that you need to spend more time, or just what does that look like? And what are the answers in terms of convincing folks? Is it hearing from a doctor, a nurse, someone who looks like you? Is it going on a website? Is it just old-fashioned person-to-person contact?
So as Dr. Tuckson and Judy have mentioned, what we've learned is we need to listen to people. We need to listen to what their concerns are. We need to acknowledge that their fears are real. And again, to reiterate, can't say that enough, Dr. Tuckson, is for people to ask questions. That's how you become educated. We need to spend time listening to people and educating them, dispelling myths. The word of mouth still remains very powerful, and encouraging people who have gotten vaccinated from the communities or outside of the communities, encouraging people who have had experiences of having COVID or having a family member have COVID-19 and recovering from it, and providing testimonials, engaging those people in helping us to rally the communities and to educate is also very powerful. But spending time with people to understand and not just saying to people, go to our website, I think is very, very important.
You raise an interesting point there. It's that one-on-one kind of person-to-person communication. Judy, I'm wondering from your perspective, what is the role of industry in driving vaccine confidence? What is Pfizer's role in terms of making choices to contribute, and where do you believe Pfizer should step back and let others communicate?
Sure. I think, obviously, we've all learned that bringing a potential vaccine to society isn't enough. And, we need to have people who trust in vaccines as well are willing to take vaccines. And I think that's a very personal choice. But, at Pfizer, we think public education is critical. And that public education to increase awareness about the importance of vaccination is done in great partnership with patient organizations, medical and public health institutions. And so, we think it's a big part of our responsibility, and we're taking many steps to help educate about the importance of vaccination. So we are activating multiple channels, including direct to consumer as well. But also supported the creation of a U.S. advocacy coalition, for example. So the COVID-19 Vaccine Education Equity Project. And, as Sandra and Dr. Tuckson highlighted, listening and having a dialogue is so critically important. And the goal is really to convene a dialogue amongst those organizations that represent those constituencies that have been impacted by COVID, that are on the front lines of the pandemic, and really work together. So I think, our responsibility is to partner with trusted organizations and those who represent various constituents, but also, do our part as well. We have our own multicultural health equity collective, and we're working with some of our partners there. But our goal is really how can we raise awareness, build confidence, and ultimately reduce health disparities across the board. So.
Thank you. Now this is time for our lightning round. It's a very quick last question for each of you. So you are given 30 seconds to make a vaccine public service announcement, broadcast to every single household in America. Sandra, what would you say?
I would say to the public, COVID-19 is not a hoax. Your best defense against getting severely ill and potentially dying from COVID-19 is to get vaccinated. It does not matter if you get the J&J vaccine, Pfizer, or Moderna. All will protect you from becoming severely ill and potentially dying.
Judy?
So I'll take a little bit of more of a scientific and perspective. I think vaccines have saved many lives. They're one of the best tools that society has within public health to keep diseases at bay. As we work to develop our COVID-19 vaccine, safety was our #1 priority. And we work closely with our sites, regulatory agencies around the world to ensure that we met the highest quality and safety standards throughout the development program. And I would say, we followed strict rules to make sure participants are safe throughout. For example, our protocols were approved by independent institutional review boards, for their entire focus is to ensure that participants are not exposed to unnecessary risks. We monitored our trial closely ourselves and by an independent data monitoring committee. And their job was really to ensure that if we saw that the vaccine wasn't working or if there were harming participants, that we would stop the trial. We're continually committed to safety. Our investigators are closely monitoring our individual participants. The trial is ongoing for additional 2 years. So, our analysis as well as the FDA found that there are no specific safety concerns. And so, that would be my PSA. I think that might have been more than 30 seconds, but really just kind of highlighting the key aspects within the system that are important as we develop vaccines.
Great. Dr. Tuckson?
Dear American household, would you like to get your life back? Do you want your kids to go back to school safely? Would you like to protect your small businesses? Do you want to make sure you have a job? Do you want your kids to have their senior prom and be able to graduate in front of all of the family? Do you want to have Christmas and do you want to have Thanksgiving as a loving family? You can't do it unless we get vaccinated, each and every one of you. The vaccines are safe. It's been proven to be safe and they work effectively. Let's get our lives back. Today's the day.
Drop the mic. Thank you so much for wrapping us up.
Definitely drop the mic, Dr. Tuckson.
We do have a few questions. I just want to make sure we get to one quickly.
Go ahead, Barbara. Sorry, I came on after that. I was so inspired by Dr. Tuckson, I couldn't help it. But go ahead and maybe grab a question or so.
Yeah, we'll just quickly run through one of the questions. We've got just a few here, but what role did Black physicians play in creating some of the communications that are rolling out to communities of color?
Black physicians were very intimately connected in that process, thank goodness. And we worked not only with our colleagues at W2O, but also with the Ad Council and Kaiser Family Foundation. Each and every one of those we have been co-sponsors with, and so intimately involved with them, learning from and teaching them.
We will leave it there after the drop the mic moment. And I thank you all so very much for being powerful voices and for lending your time to us. I am hoping that with the benefit of science, we will all see each other in person next year in Austin for South by Southwest. Thank you to this incredible panel. And Aaron, I will turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Barbara. And thank you, Sandra and Judy and Dr. Tuckson. I mean, like you three are literally doing good here. You're helping us get back to normalcy. Dr. Tuckson, you couldn't have said it better. If we want our lives back, we've got to do this, right? So let's lock arms. Thank you to Pfizer for making this possible. Sandra for being the first one to step forward and say, I'll do it. And Dr. Tuckson for leading such a great coalition and getting the word out there. So with that, we're going to take a lightning fast break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about clinical trial diversity in recruitment and identification, another very important topic right now with one of Judy's colleagues. Thank you again, and thanks all for tuning in. And we will see you in Austin in another 12 months with barbecue, with live music, and lots of hugs and no handshakes, I guess. But thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed that amazing opening conversation. We have an equally amazing conversation focusing on clinical trial diversity in recruitment and identification. My esteemed colleague, Eric Roberts, who's our VP of Trial Diversity and Inclusion for HUE, which is part of Real Chemistry. I know you don't want to hear me, you want to hear these amazing panelists. So Eric, I'll let you take it away, and I'm going to sit back and drink my coffee and listen in.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. Really excited to be here. As you know, there's a revolution going on within medicine and clinical trials, and that is to increase health equality. I'm so excited to be here with this group of industry leaders who, let me take a moment and just tell you that they are on the forefront doing the hard work. First, we have Peyton Howell. She's Chief Commercial and Strategy Officer over at ParExcel. Welcome, Peyton. We have Sandy Amaro, who is the Senior Director and Head of Clinical Trial Diversity at Pfizer, and Peter Bomino, who is the Chief Product Officer at Signify Health. We understand that those that are most at risk are also those who are most absent from clinical trials. So we want to spend some time and talk about these things in a way that will be meaningful, but to shed some light. So I think without further ado, we'll get right into the questions. We know that the FDA guidelines that have been put out this year speak to a representative patient population with a focus on race, ethnicity, gender, geography, location, socioeconomic background, disability, and cognitive impairment. It's broad, it's vast, and so the guidelines, in my opinion, folks, are soft. I've got a two-part question to get us started, and that is, are you seeing a new attention and focus on the issue beyond the COVID vaccines? And then to follow that up, because the guidelines are so vast yet soft, do you think that this is something that the industry is taking seriously, or do you think it's more of a trend? And I'd like to start off the questions with Sandy, given the leadership stance that Pfizer has taken to go beyond the guidelines and make a trailblazing effort. And then if we can follow up with Peter and Peyton to talk about how you're supporting efforts by companies like Pfizer. So Sandy?
Sure, thanks, Eric. At Pfizer, we are committed, and we've been committed to equity and inclusion in our clinical trials before COVID-19 and the pandemic hit last year. So that was a focus and one of our pillars as an organization, as a pharmaceutical sponsor. COVID-19 hit, and we all saw how that disease disproportionately impacted Black and Brown communities at the highest rates, not just for confirmed cases, but also the death rates within the disease. And I think that drove us obviously to do better. So I think it put a spotlight on the work and the large amount of work that still needed to happen with regards to healthcare disparities. The FDA guidance that was placed and made fully approved in 2020 is a nice roadmap for sponsors and folks in this industry to really follow. And I think to your point, Eric, it's soft, right? There's not firm, this is what you should do. This is the ABCs of clinical trial diversity. I think we all know that this is a difficult challenge. And this is not something that just crept up on us in 2020 because of COVID. This is a long-standing historical issue. I think COVID just put the spotlight on it. I do think that the FDA guidance is a great start. I am optimistic that this is the movement. So I think this is our opportunity to impact change, and that what we're doing at Pfizer is embedding the dialogue of diversity at the earliest points of a clinical development plan. So as we are talking about a clinical trial at the earliest stage, we need to start having conversations about what our intended population needs to look like for a given trial. And starting that early, you start to embed that in the dialogue all the way through clinical development, strategies for how we reach patient populations, how we select our investigator sites, and all the way through. So once you start doing that, you start embedding this so it becomes business as usual. But if we don't start, then, and we just look at this guidance as soft, and we don't make active steps to impact change, we will be no better off than we were before COVID.
It's great. And so, Peyton, Peter, can you tell us how you or your companies are supporting those efforts that Sandy outlined? Because again, it takes a village, and I know that there are pieces that are in place. So I'll start with you, Peyton, and then we can go over to Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. And wow, Sandy, you said that perfectly. And thank you for being on this panel and sharing your real-time experience and success. We are all grateful for it, without a doubt. And I think Sandy said something really important that I'm actually not hearing a lot of panels talk about, actually, which is embedding this very early in the process. You know, that first consideration, you know, and from a clinical trial perspective is really where we can have the biggest impact. And, you know, and as a CRO, we are seeing a dramatic shift, right, of this being something people were willing to talk about, but not take action, and that we're now really seeing those actions. We're seeing metrics, which I think are critically important, those key performance indicators, and we're also seeing the investments like Sandy's talking about. The changes are significant. It's a different level of collaboration with sponsors like Sandy, working together to identify new and different sites as well, and really rethink clinical research, particularly more community-based clinical research, which I think is one of the silver linings of the pandemic, is the importance of community-based clinical research, and then really listening to patients in new ways and not assuming. And we've learned a lot, you know, this past year through this crisis, and we've learned that even well-meaning sites, for example, and investigators, you know, some of their thoughts about what patients wanted and needed actually weren't right. So we just really can't assume, and bringing that patient voice throughout has been critical. And Sandy's correct. While the FDA guidelines are soft, they're non-binding. You know, we are acting like they're binding, or more of a foundation or platform, right, for us to all build upon. And I think we all have to challenge ourselves to go beyond them, in fact, you know, across trials. And I think that's the real opportunity. We all have to collaborate together and push on those. So I think there's a lot to do, and we've been calling it no going back. That's one of those taglines that's out there. And I think that's what we really have to focus on, is make sure we utilize this moment and the hard work of people like Sandy and Peter to make sure we build upon it for the future.
Great. Peter, anything to add to how Signify Health is playing in this role?
Yeah, sure. So, and first off, thank you, Eric, again, for moderating this great panel today. So at Signify, we work with our pharma industry partners like Parexel, who we announced a partnership with back in January, to do a couple of things. One, activate the home as an alternative site of care, which we believe is really critical to driving diversity in clinical trials. You know, as Sandy has mentioned, this stuff needs to be baked in at the start. A growing number of trials, even pre-COVID, were moving towards that remote or decentralized type of trial. And that makes retention and recruitment, I think, particularly challenging. What we've seen is really two things. One, we need to be able to meet patients where they're at. We believe that's in the home. And then two, when we go into the clinical trial, we need to make sure that we're addressing patient needs holistically, right? Not looking at just the clinical side of things, but also the social side. We think that we've seen that focus accelerate. And we think that these guidelines that are coming out also play into that as part of the new normal. So, you know, from the Signify Health perspective, we're excited about that this is now part of the conversation, and we're looking forward to continuing to develop services that help address this.
Great. So in the spirit of what we just talked about and talking about leading through example, can you each share a case study or a best practice or success story that you've seen that helped to impact clinical trial diversity? Let's shake it up a bit. Let's start with Peter, then go to Sandy, and wrap up with Peyton.
Sure. So from our perspective, today we work with patient populations that are fiercely independent, yet they have mobility or transportation issues. And from our perspective, what we've seen over time is that participating in office or site-based trials for these populations become incredibly difficult. Maybe it's easy to start, but it's hard to finish. Our work today and what we're continuing to promote is the use of social care coordinators that can help connect these individuals to resources in their community to address some of these barriers that promote retention and the ability for folks to stay engaged in these trials. And that's one of the biggest things that we've seen over the past 12 months as well.
Peyton?
And I think on our side as a sponsor, I think there's our best practices. I think the biggest lever that we have is that embedding the dialogue as early as possible and designing protocols that make sense, getting that patient insight so that we're not creating a clinical trial design that just doesn't make sense when you start to execute it in communities, right? So I think that's the first area of focus. The other lever I think that's extremely important for sponsors to consider is where are we placing investigator sites? So are we selecting sites in communities of color that have the greatest opportunity to reach the population that we've struggled reaching in the past? So I think Peter hit it spot on. We have to meet people where they are. So if we're not placing an opportunity that's accessible, that people are aware of in the communities, it's no wonder we're not reaching them and we're not giving them the opportunity to participate. So I think site selection is critical and it's key. And then once you start to feel confident that you've placed those clinical trial sites in the communities that will make the biggest impact, you can start designing patient recruitment strategies for then how you get the message in the communities. And I think partnering with the trusted voices in the communities is the next critical step, right? We need to make sure that the trusted voices help share the message in the communities that there is an opportunity of a clinical trial and what that means.
Wow, tough to add on to those two. Those are really big, important ideas. Probably what I would emphasize is, Sandy mentioned that early engagement, and we have seen specifically really digging into inclusion-exclusion criteria has been incredibly important. And then looking at that patient burden on a protocol-specific basis has really been a game changer. I think it's opened all of our eyes of inadvertent times that we actually are limiting diversity or creating, frankly, unnecessary barriers in the quest for the best data possible. We've sacrificed, the impact on patients, and that's not okay. And so I think we all have to work on that together. And I think Sandy said it perfectly. That early piece is critical to that. And then on the site piece, we have a lot of work and opportunity there. I mean, there's a lot to do, and it's fantastic to now build on this real world experience that we've had related to COVID-19. I would love to see us really make some intentional investments across this country in sites that are maybe new to clinical research, that are in communities of color and communities of diversity, and that really could change the game in terms of that community-based care. Right now, we've got sponsors trying to do that on themselves, and that's great. And we're working together to suggest that on a study-by-study basis. But there could be a bigger dialogue and a bigger framework here that we would, love, frankly, to be part of to really accelerate the change that we're seeing. And I think that builds upon Sandy's idea. And then lastly, I think Peter has taught us a lot with Signify on the social determinants of health. They're experts at it. And that has really expanded our view from a CRO perspective, beyond just the traditional view of patients and change the way that we want to support patients. We're working together now to look at some pilots that would build on some of the tools and services they have and put that into some of our clinical trial navigator type services. This is a new way to support patients and sites, but I think now is the time to try those out, and it's pushing us, which I think is always a good thing, right? From an innovation perspective, when you feel like you're pushed to do things differently, that's a sign that we're building new value.
I love this. This is great because now we've gotten to a place where we have this consistent theme: community and innovation. And when the two pieces meet, it's magic. So great. Thank you all for that. I want to stay a little closer to something that Sandy alluded to, and that's how should we be looking at diversity in clinical trials and implementation in trials where the patient populations are small. I think there's something in that in terms of rare diseases and gene therapy. So again, Sandy, because of the work Pfizer's doing, I'd like to start with you there and then have Peter and Peyton follow up in terms of any support that they would like to offer up in terms of how to answer that.
Sure. So this is a great question. Because what we're trying to tackle at Pfizer, when we think of equity and inclusion, we want to tackle this across our entire portfolio, right? When you think of rare disease studies or programs and studies that have a challenge reaching patients and participants in general, it becomes hard to then layer in the conversation of diverse representation. So we understand that we're going to have these conversations. We have our overarching diversity ambitions and goals, but we really need to start, it's at the study level, right? Because there's not a one size fits all when it comes to a diversity plan or approach. And so for us, it's really working with our clinical teams in the rare disease space to understand what are the challenges to begin with, because rare disease is a struggle, and they have different struggles than other therapeutic areas. So we need to be considerate of that and then see where we can layer in some of the components to a diversity plan and where it makes sense and where it may not make sense. So I think it's really about transparency of the data when we're thinking of a study, and then taking that and really customizing at a study level what it actually means. How do we execute against this, and what makes sense?
Peyton? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's good. Only thing I think I would add, to that piece is the metrics, right? I think Sandy's right, like that, being able to look at that data and then set goals and targets. When I think about where we've had success across studies, it's when we've actually set targets, and in rare disease or gene therapies, it's going to be very difficult. But being able to have a line on that will push all of us to be able to think differently on it, which is critical. And, I'm glad you asked this question, Eric, because I have actually not heard it asked in terms of thinking about rare disease and gene therapy. And if we can be successful there, right, we will be successful everywhere. So it is a good way, again, to really accelerate the dialogue in a new way.
Peter, anything to add?
No, I just think it's also in the design, but then in the implementation of the study itself, making sure that education and awareness are critical to that. With the small patient populations, I think getting the word out, right, is critical to getting to improving diversity and bringing more people into that study than would otherwise be aware of it.
Okay, this is great. So I'm going to go a little bit differently now, because I think this is something that's germane to all of us, and that is, how does digital technology support clinical trial diversity? So again, I know that it has a play, but the different perspectives I think will mean a lot. So in order, we'll go with Peyton, then Sandy, and follow up with Peter.
Great, Eric. I think we think about technology, though, as an enabler, not a solution. I think there's so much excitement about technology that sometimes I think we all jump there and think, oh, we've solved it. And it's an enabler, but certainly not a cure-all. We're right now routinely running, clinical trials that require all types of different technology, devices, and obviously the pivot has been dramatic across the board from, all of the different patient-reported outcomes type tools, capturing different data in new platforms and new devices, and of course, all of telehealth as well, which has really opened up a lot of convenience for patients in particular. And there's challenges on the technology when you think about data quality and standardization and calibration. So it's not an easy area, just to be totally honest. So I think there's work for us to do here to make it easier on patients, to make it more accessible for all patients, including potentially using their own devices, wearables like we all have. Those types of things are still relatively new in clinical research from a standardization and calibration perspective. And then one thing that we are getting feedback on is just the challenges and burden on sites, the interoperability. And I think, while we have this group, that's one question I really am curious about from Sandy and Peter is, what they're seeing and what feedback they're getting, and really how can we make technology easier for sites and taking some of that burden off so that they can utilize their technology versus having to use something different for every study they're part of.
Yeah, and Peyton, I think that's a really good point when we think of our sites, and I think even the previous comments that you made about increasing naive research sites, right? So how do we change the footprint of what clinical research looks like in the future? We are going to have to be more considerate of what that operationally looks like at a site that may not have a lot of experience in clinical research and running clinical studies. What technology can we build at the sites to make their job easier to get done, right? So that we can let them do what they do best, which is caring for patients, right? The administrative piece and all the data component that's required in a clinical research, we need to make that easier for our sites so that we can introduce clinical research to these naive sites and diverse investigators. So I think that's really important. Innovation and technology on the sponsor side, when we're planning a study and when we're actually monitoring recruitment of a study, is key and very important. We use technology and data to help drive decisions on where we select sites, because we can get down to county level census data that gives us an idea of the sites with the greatest catchment area, which helps shape decisions. So really letting the data drive us in site selection. But I think, Peyton, you also hit on the metric, right? So we set up the study, we do all these right things in the planning phase. That doesn't stop, the work doesn't stop. We then need to make sure we are monitoring recruitment and pulling threads to identify trends, right? So if there's time to pivot or influence. So having technology and reports and dashboards that give us real-time visibility into how we are recruiting within race, ethnicity, sex, and gender help us course correct or pivot if we need to. So that technology at a sponsor is extremely important for the metric.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, building on what Peyton said, technology has to be able to, has to be an enabler. And we think about that along two lines: one, connectivity, and then two, collaboration. And on the connectivity front, it's really about making sure that we're able to meet folks where they're at. So what we're doing today is bringing advanced devices and diagnostics into the home, and that we believe enables diversity in clinical trials by enabling access to those who live furthest from traditional sites, right, or who can't get into those specific treatment centers, reducing that burden. The second point there is collaboration, right? We believe that technology needs to address all of the various legal, regulatory, and privacy barriers to not only clinical care coordination in the trial, but also the social side. And we think that really bringing together both sides of those will improve and promote diversity and retention in trials today. So I think it's, again, connectivity and collaboration that technology really needs to be focused on enabling here.
That's great. We're getting questions in, and they're all in a specific theme. So I think you'll all probably like this fact that it's, one question is, how can organizations who are advocating and actioning clinical trial diversity get more involved with all of you, particularly those focused on underserved and rare patient populations? And then the other question that came in, the same kind of thing, is how do you leverage community resources in your various organizations? So we can go Peter, Sandy, Peyton, if that's okay. And if anybody else wants to jump in before that, please do. It's community questions are just filling up my screen, so please go.
Great. So I think from our perspective, two things here for folks is, one, we need to consider the patient experience as part of the trial design and the burden of participation. And then two, from our perspective, today we partner with community-based organizations, helping bring them into basically into the healthcare ecosystem in ways that they perhaps haven't been in the past. So we think that that's key. The other ask that we have is for folks to continue to really think about and support the home as an alternative site of care for elements of treatment that can be provided there as safely as in other outpatient or inpatient settings. So would be happy to connect with folks outside of the panel today, but just a couple of thoughts there from the Signify Health perspective.
Yep. And on the Pfizer side, I think for us, we are really working on building partnerships and collaborations with multicultural partners. And those are, from the realm of medical institutions, peer advocacy, and legislative branches. So we have long-standing relationships with organizations like the National Medical Association, the National Black Nurses. I think that ties into Peter's point, where we need to hear we need to hear the voice of the patient and the voice for the patient, because we need to make sure that we're incorporating that into how we operate and how we implement our clinical trials. So we recognize that that's an important step, and we continue to foster those types of relationships. And I think, to Peter's point, we welcome anyone that's interested to have a dialogue with us on how we can be better at Pfizer.
And I'll just add on that. I think to build on Sandy's point of being involved, there's a number of great groups that, in fact, Pfizer and others are part of, and that's really helping to share that collaboration that Peter mentioned that's so important. So if you're a site asking that question, SysGrip has had an amazing initiative that we've been part of. If you, a number of sponsors are part of an effort by SysGrip, so really putting some real research out there, and all of them are sharing the types of best practices like Sandy's been sharing. And what I'm finding is that really is helping us to accelerate innovation and build real change that is leading to results, which is what we all want. And then the Association for Clinical Research Organizations, obviously, which we're a part of, also has created an initiative very much focused on that same kind of sharing across clinical research organizations. So I think that's a good way to share that we are all mobilizing on this and collaborating instead of trying to do it separately. And that's certainly exciting. And I think that we're going to have to keep that momentum going. It'll be interesting to me for us to watch in Washington if there is more movement, if there's a CARES type legislation that evolves and ways to really build some of that intention in. That could be exciting. And certainly we're working with groups, Eric, like your group, to really look at community-based centers, not just for oncology, but across community care centers in a new way for identifying patients and recruiting patients for clinical research. And that's really exciting work, bringing new patients together.
This is great. You guys, you do. I love the different perspectives that we bring together to get to the same place. And it's so true that the community-based or the community embedding just drives us further, farther, and faster. One more question that came in is, how does real-world evidence and data help promote clinical trial inclusion and diversity? And Sandy, if you don't mind, I'm going to toss that over because again, we are all in awe of how quickly we got to a vaccine through the hard work that Pfizer did in the leadership stance. So if you don't mind, can I throw that one at you?
Of course. And I think I've said before, data has to drive us, right? So the data has to drive us. Using that real world evidence, epidemiology is critical, right? So when we're thinking about a clinical protocol, there's many different factors that come into play when we think of equity and inclusion, right? What is the patient profile for this disease? And there's many factors. And so understanding the landscape of the disease by way of real world evidence is critical, because then you can get a sense for what is the prevalence rate, what is the burden of the disease within patient segments, within patient populations. That's going to then drive you to say, okay, knowing this data, this is what we are marching towards. This is the representation we need in our clinical trial to constitute success. This is what success looks like. And using that data sets a really great foundation of what our clinical trial needs to look like.
Thank you. Peyton, Peter,
I'd love to build on that one because, one step further on that one in terms of real world data is, the trial design itself, right? Not just in the inclusion exclusion criteria, but using potentially real world data to create a synthetic control arm or real world evidence based control arm. Those are, some people call them external control arms. It's the same thing. But for me, what it means is a really compelling trial design, the kind of study you would recommend your loved one to, right? Where, you're getting standard of care or better. And I think one of the great things we've seen out of this COVID research is we created some trials that were interesting, that people wanted to be part of. And more of the studies had that than we saw, particularly in the therapeutic area, than in the past. And I think that's an exciting outcome of this, is to be able to utilize real world evidence as part of pivotal data and clinical trials in ways we hadn't previously.
That's great.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly add, I think we're using analytics today in a way that Sandy said is really to create those profiles of patients and is part of the design, identify likely barriers, social determinants or otherwise, and then address those in the design itself. So excited to hear how Peyton and Sandy are thinking about this as well.
That's great. We could go on forever, and I know that this is what happens when we get such a smart group of people together with a topic that we all feel so passionate about. Peter, Peyton, Sandy, thank you very, very much for participating. Aaron, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great. Well, like you said, Eric, it's always good to leave people wanting more, and you certainly all did that. So thank you for sharing your big brains on a Thursday morning. Peyton, Peter, Sandy, and Eric in particular for moderating us through this great session. More good content to come. We're going to do a little bit of a meditation break right now. So for those that joined us yesterday, Kelly Campanis of Access the Light is going to give us a little bit of a palate cleanser. But thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, and hopefully you'll tune in for some of the other programming.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you've enjoyed our first two sessions. We're off to a roaring start. Such great, juicy content. As I mentioned at the end of the last session, we are going to do a little palate cleanser, a little grounding, a little centering. Some of you may have joined us yesterday for our friend Kelly Campanis from Access the Light, our resident meditation guru. Kelly, I'm not going to get in the way of all the goodness that you'll share with the team, but 25 minutes of Zen time starts now.
Thank you, Aaron. Hi, good morning, everybody. As Aaron said, my name is Kelly, and I come to you actually as a fellow healthcare PR practitioner with over 20 years of experience. I'm also a certified intuitive healer, as well as a guided meditation instructor. So to ground us before we get started, I just want to remind you that everyone can meditate. Don't believe all the stories your mind tells you. So what I want to talk about today is non-attachment. It's such a simple concept, but hard to actually implement. On the surface, we get it. It's not good for us to be so attached to our car, to our clothes, what kind of restaurants we go to, when we can go. But at the more cellular level, it's how you know deep down that doesn't define who you are. You see, we create these stories around everything. And those stories start to define us instead of our pure or higher selves. And then we start acting and reacting based on these attachments or labels that we've given ourselves. Maybe you only go after a certain job because of whatever label you gave yourself right after college, which was over a decade ago, probably. And then certain relationships because of what it says about you. So we keep this identity we've created around. And maybe we stay in certain jobs or certain relationships, even though they're no longer good for us. We just attach so hard into that story that we just identify, and we think that that's who we are. And maybe we don't even like that story anymore. We've just hung on to it for so long that we think it's us or what we deserve. Even if the practical side of you tells you we should let go, we hold on, even if we deserve better. And if you're attached to it, then maybe it's preventing you from being able to go on your own journey. See, detachment is letting go of these roles, especially if you're defining your higher self by that role. Sometimes sit down with a piece of paper and look at all the versions and roles that you define yourself as. Daughter, son, mother, sister, father, cousin, but then go deeper. Advertising exec, consigliere, but then keep pushing. Are you a good listener? How do you define yourself with your friends? You're the funny one, the fashionable one, the crazy one. Doesn't mean you don't have to like it. It's not about what makes you happy or sad. That's attachment. That you're still attaching to the role of being the one that's always there for people. Or it's your job to make other people happy. Just see these things, be aware that maybe you're defining yourself as those things, and maybe they're very well holding you back. Even the things that you deem as positive, like me, I'm a giver. I just give and give and give. And sometimes it's as if I have nothing left. But who am I if I don't give all the time? Does that mean I'm selfish? No. Think of a few things about yourself. Maybe life coach, you're the good guy. How do you feel if you take off that role or identity? This can be hard, but often doing it can sometimes get us to our biggest moments of growth. By staying the same giver I was for most of my life, while it served me well, is it going to help me grow in this career? So what I want us to look at today is the labels or roles we put on ourselves: heartbreaker, recruiter, lover, doctor. Again, these are not all bad identities. The idea is to look at it all, the roles and the labels that we give ourselves. And that list can sometimes really stop us from just being us. So let's just go inside ourselves. And that's when we can let go and just be who we are. The stories and roles we don't need to be attached to them. Just shed those labels. I mean, symbolically, we do that. It's about bringing awareness to these roles. Not that you're all of a sudden just detached from it all. It's just that you're aware and awake to these feelings. And to see that those don't have to be the only things that define you. So go ahead and get yourself in a comfy position. Lightly close your eyes. You can get that little half smile of the Buddha on your face. I invite you all to come here as the most authentic version of yourself. Leave all your preconceived notions of meditation aside and just be here, present in this moment with me. So first, I want you to imagine this ball of light, this beam of light at the base of your body. Just think of whatever bright color feels right for you. Just imagine this ball of light. You don't even have to see it. You can just feel the ball or hear it being created. The point is to imagine this cord of light. Imagine it running from the base of your body into the center of the planet. Literally imagine this cord of light running from you into the earth, miles and miles down. Anchor that into the planet. Acknowledge the gravity pulling on you and your body. Set that grounding cord on release so that your energy is going into the center of the planet and getting neutralized. This is also a time when you can let go of any energy that isn't yours. You can picture dark colors leaving, stressful energies. Some people envision a chair there. It's just the idea that you can sit in the center of your head and be in control of your body and your life. And just breathe into that space. There's really no right way to experience this. There's just a sense of calmness there. Now say hello to yourself there. This is a neutral space that is calm and expansive. The moment we're born, oftentimes it starts to feel like these roles or identities are being created, manifested for us. So here I want us to all go on a guided journey, so to speak. When I was talking about that energy, that ball of light, remember that we're all sharing energy all the time. So just feel your body filling with this energy. Feel it filling you up, your arms and legs, your face. And I want you to just take a moment. I want you to imagine this beautiful, natural scene. Like you're in this scene. Anything that comes to mind. Maybe it's sunny, or it's wet, or cold, hot, whatever it is. Just want you to feel that. It can be the middle of the day, or it can be at night with a million stars in the sky. The point is to imagine this beautiful place where you feel safe and supported. Now I want you to start to walk through a path. Just walking along. Just walking along on this path that's leading you towards this clearing. Now notice what's on your feet. Is it dirt or sticks or mud, grass, smell the air. Maybe you smell the ocean. Feel the air against your body, feel the weather. Just keep walking until you get to this clearing. Now find a place to sit, just on the side, and take in what's around you. Where are you? Maybe you're in a forest. Be as detailed as you like with your clearing, because this is for you. As you sit, I want you to feel the energy coming from the sky, the trees, and breathe it all in. And then feel the magic of the earth, the energy below you. Feel how that all is mingling together. Now I want you to see in this clearing that there's this deep, deep hole of energy below you. This hole feels safe, but it also feels intelligent, thoughtful, like it will hold your energy and take good care of you. Now I want you to just imagine a big, beautiful bag next to you. And that bag is filled with rocks or stones. They can be shiny. They can just be plain rocks, or they can be a mix of painted rocks, maybe just a hodgepodge of stones. I want you to pick up these stones one by one. And on each one, there's an identity of yours. It can be student, teacher, mother, father, friend, whatever it is. I want you to name the rocks. And one by one, I want you to take the rocks out. Acknowledge what they are. See them. Give them your attention. And then throw these stones, these identities, into the hole. Say goodbye and thank you. And keep going through the bag. Don't question what comes up, what identities come up. Don't hold on to them. Just see them, acknowledge them, thank them, and send them into the hole. Take these beautiful stones and sit with each, or go as fast as you need to as you toss them in. Just breathe and notice what they are and throw them into this beautiful pit of energy. Keep going and breathe. Throw your house, the car, the clothes, your Botox, feeling ugly, your negativity, depression, sense of humor, brilliant, busy, steady, watchful, desperate, stuck in a loveless marriage, the adventurer, problem solver, organizer, designer, facilitator, good wife. Just keep emptying that bag. And as you empty it, keep breathing long and deep. And don't forget the energy you're pulling through your body.
Watch what happens as you empty it out. Now take that whole bag and just lift it up and throw it in there. Now stand up in the clearing and feel yourself inside your body. Feel the energy coming through the ground and coming from above. Filling up this emptiness with you. Bow to that whole, that energy, love and honor. Take a deep breath and fill up. Fill up with this deep inner knowing that you are whole and complete on your own. That you can look at one of those stones. You can see that while some of those identities work, maybe some of them don't anymore. Say goodbye and turn around and walk back down the path. How does the world look different? Is the scene different as you walk back? When you get back to the beginning, sit down and imagine the moon and the sun are present at the same time. Hold and let that energy just fill you up, fill you so tenderly, achingly, fill you up. Take a big inhale. And now exhale. And just sit for a moment and let yourself feel this. And breathe whatever pace you need to in order to come back into your body. You can start to move your hands and your feet a little. You can start to flutter your eyes open. Now, I know you all have a packed day today, so maybe this is for the next time you're journaling. Try to make that list of identities sometime. It just starts by bringing awareness of the layers and the layers of stories that we live in, that we can let go if we choose to. The idea is that we move into knowing our highest self. And then we can shed these layers. Thank you for being here with me today. My light will forever see your light. And as always, don't forget to hydrate.
Well, thank you, Kelly, and really appreciated your grounding us and giving us sort of a nice start to the day. We're going to let you go, and our Real Chemistry employees will continue to enjoy the benefits of your meditation sessions. People can come back, and we'll have a recording of this. Next up is yours truly talking to Dr. Michael Blum. Dr. Blum is an amazing speaker. He leads the University of California, San Francisco's Digital Health Innovation Center. He is their Chief Digital Health Transformation Officer. We're going to be talking about AI, bias, lots of heady topics. So Kelly, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, and we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back in just a few moments.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Aaron Strout, CMO of Real Chemistry, and you are here at the Real Chemistry South by Southwest Healthcare Media Lounge. This is day 2. We've had a lot of great content already, and we've got more to come. A few housekeeping notes before I lead this conversation with someone that I'm really excited to talk about. Recording all of these sessions. So for those that are wondering, the bottom right-hand corner of the YouTube live, feel free to do that. I'll try to keep an eye on those. And then lastly, we are using the hashtag RealChem South by Southwest, which is RealChem SXSW. So with all that said, first of all, welcome, Dr. Blum. Excited to have you here today.
Thanks, Aaron. Great to be here with you.
Well, I wish we could be doing this in person, but maybe next year in Austin. Today we have, first of all, we're turning this into a podcast. So for anyone that misses it or wants to hear it again, you'll be able to come back and do that. But I do want to do a few opening notes. And first of all, I'm going to give a nod to some of Dr. Blum's team, Holly Havorka and Mary Beth Chalk. We helped create this session that we're calling the Renaissance of Digital Health, Plague, Technology, and Capital. And I'm going to do a little bit of reading because I want to make sure I get this right. The team did such a gorgeous job putting this together based on a brainstorm we had, where we really decided, you know what, this is like an analog to what happened back in the 15th century. So the wealth from commerce in the 15th century in Florence allowed patrons such as Lorenzo de' Medici to financially support scientists, artists, and intellectuals. Sound familiar? Their combined talents replaced the outdated model of thinking and ushered in a period of history challenging conventional wisdom and encouraging the first use of experimentation to solve problems. And this came on the heels of a major plague, if you remember. Today, the scale and safety concerns of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic has served as a catalyst for challenging the conventional wisdom of healthcare delivery and also encouraged, if not forced, the use of experimentation. This accelerated adoption of telemedicine and the rise in virtual care technology have resulted in more convenient and informed care for patients. So nice silver lining amidst all of the doom and gloom, which hopefully we're in the process of coming out of. And at the same time, artificial intelligence is paving the way for breakthroughs in digital therapeutics and decision support, in which academic medical centers play a key part. You'll hear a little bit about this in the following session. Today, as I mentioned, I have Dr. Michael Blum, who's the director of the University of California, San Francisco's Center for Digital Health Innovation and the Chief Digital Transformation Officer at UCSF Health. And he has been on the forefront of these changes. So today, join us for a fireside chat as we discuss the flourishing renaissance in digital health. So I welcomed you already, but let's jump right in, Dr. Blum. Let's talk a little bit about some of the historic challenges blocking digital innovation in healthcare.
So it's a great place to start. It's a long enough conversation. We could use our whole 25 minutes for that, but let me just hit the tops of the waves. So I would think of them in a couple buckets. The one that you have to start with in what's been blocking digital innovation and use of digital technologies in general in healthcare is the gross underinvestment that there's been from healthcare. If you look at how most industries utilize their capital and their capital investments, and then you look at the technology slice of that, sadly, healthcare is performed like an old style industrial sector. So healthcare is traditionally invested somewhere between 1% and 3% of their capital into digital technologies. That changed significantly out of the High-Tech Act in 2009, when healthcare was essentially forced to put in electronic health records with huge incentives. There were $30 billion of incentives, which by today's numbers seems like a trivial amount, but back then it was the king's ransom was $30 billion. And that forced the modernization where healthcare industry had to put in electronic health records. But that only temporarily drove up the healthcare spend. It went up to numbers around 6, 7, maybe 8%. but then it kind of dwindled back down to where it's been historically. You can contrast that with, industries like banking, where the spend is well into the double digits of their, capital and operating budgets. And then you think of high-tech industry, software industry, high technology, where frequently their investments are in the 20-30% range. So healthcare is grossly underinvested in the technologies, and that's always caused us to be a laggard. But it's only one of the issues. Other issues, which are relatively obvious as well, is the complexity of healthcare. It is really difficult to change out technologies when you have a highly complex machine that's running, that's got tremendous amount of interdependencies between all of its efforts. And the complexity in the sense that you're dealing with life or death events very frequently. It's not as though you're working in the consumer industry. Banking makes a mistake in one of their technology implementations and they piss off their customers for a little bit, but they fix it. Our stakes are much, much higher. So there's a much higher bar to get over to start mucking around in the technology portfolio. So you've got those two big barriers to change, which should be enough to keep you from changing. So we work our way through those, but then you've got hyper-regulation. You've got the government with tremendous amount of influence. Sometimes, as I said, that can be good. High-Tech Act forced a lot of change, but the hyper-regulated environment creates a huge barrier to change at the same time. So that's been, that's been an issue historically. The last piece is just the culture. It's a very conservative culture, a lot of that because of the high risk profile, but getting people to work out of their box when you talk about things like, we're gonna move fast and break things, or we've gotta do a lot of trials and figure out what works and throw out what doesn't work. Those kinds of phrases that are, the foundation of startups, the foundation of high technology, they make people very, very nervous in the healthcare space, because of the risk and the conservatism. All of those added together have made it the pace of progress really, really slow. As you pointed out in the intro, the only thing that's really gotten us moving towards the more consumer-based digital technologies has really been the pandemic. It's been a huge forcing function. It's forced the government to allow virtual visits where they had basically been prohibited before. And the last piece, I think, is, and it's what's been a blocker, is that healthcare essentially operates in a very failed marketplace. The consumers haven't had very much choice. It's the only marketplace where the payers are not the people who are directly benefiting from it. So you've got this huge economic mess of a marketplace, not advocating that there is a great answer to it or that things like single payer would be a fix to any of it, but just the brokenness of the marketplace makes the investment very difficult. And it's, kept us stuck where we are. And until the pandemic, we couldn't make the change into digital transformation.
First of all, one of the things you touched on was it is a matter of life and death. And it's one of the reasons why you probably see people like yourself, who is, I believe, a trained cardiologist, right? So a medical doctor that's in either these academic settings or these startups, because people that try to go that route and don't really understand the system do end up in a difficult place with the FDA and other regulatory bodies. We did talk a little bit about this next question, which is about digital transformation. A lot of this has been caused by the pandemic and how it's changed the way patients access care. So we had a great session yesterday. It was with Junaid Bajwa, who you probably know, Chief Medical Scientist at Microsoft Research, and then Greg Szabo, who's the VP and Global Commercial Leader of Virology and Immunology at Merck. And we talked about this very topic. So I'd love to find out a little more about how digital transformation has changed the way patients access care, and how has it changed the way physicians can provide care? That's a big question, I know, but would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I love that question. That's where I'm spending, much of my working life now is in the digital transformation space. I would start by stepping back a bit. So you're right. So I'm a practicing cardiologist, so I get to eat my own dog food. I have to use these tools, and I have to, bear the frustration of the patients when they're annoyed with how the tools work. So it's great. So I get to really feel how the stuff is playing out in the real world. I think digital transformation is a big buzzword right now. It is bringing in a huge amount of venture attention and money, and that's all great, desperately needed in the space. but I think it's important to tease out digital transformation from use of digital technologies, right? There's been an improvement in the use of digital technologies due to the pandemic. Virtual care is a great example of that. Video visits certainly transformed. I haven't had an in-person ambulatory visit in a year now. Yet I've seen exactly the same number of patients as I would have seen in the prior year because they've all been on video. In the hospital, obviously a different story, but it's been a fantastic transition. But that's using a digital technology. That is not digital transformation. Digital transformation requires a rethinking of the way that we do our business, a completely different set of portfolio of tools that we use that are really based on the outcome you're looking for, not solving a project. So digital transformation is moving away from a world of I need this tool, creating a project, going and putting in a tool, to rethinking your business of what capabilities do I need to run my business. And so instead of saying, well, I need a better website to attract more patients, you'd say, well, I really need the capability to bring in new patients and then the capability to get them into the office and provide all the care. And you would start from there and say, how would I design my digital landscape to meet those needs? So it's a little bit of a subtle change, but it's a fundamentally important change. Because when you just put on, if you think of just digital technologies and you just keep adding on to the pile of technologies that you have, they tend to be very disconnected. You'll lose the flow of, in our case, the patient across all the technologies. The patient sees a bunch of silos that they have to navigate, and you can never really collect the data. And this is another one of the crucial parts is you digitize the system when you do a digital transformation. And you actually instrument each piece of it so you can check on what's going on with the consumer or the patient in this case, and you can find out where you're succeeding and where you're failing. So that happens in a digital transformation. I don't think we've gotten there yet. I don't think anyone in healthcare has really gotten there despite a lot of talk. We're early on our journey. This will be our first year of really focusing on the transformation and not the new tools. And I think we're going to see healthcare starting to catch up to what consumers expect. Consumers have been exposed to digital transformations, in their lives with Amazon, with banking, with video. Their whole entertainment experience has gone through a transformation. Healthcare is just starting on that transformation.
Well, it's such an important answer. And having worked in financial services at Fidelity, I saw a similar phenomenon. We had some of the upstarts. This is back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and you had the E-Trades and others that came along and basically built a new platform from scratch. They had rethought the system, and we at Fidelity and the Charles Schwabs and others of the world had a hard time because we were built on legacy systems. You had mainframes. And so it was a little bit like, do you build a new house or do you do the gut rehab? So I love where you're going on that. It is also a good segue into this next question because we do hear a lot of buzzwords like digital transformation. I think that was a great definition of it. Another buzzword is AI. And I would argue, and I don't think people would push back on this, that artificial intelligence is one of these transformational technologies. I think it got a lot of hype probably too early, particularly in healthcare, but it is something that's coming. So let's talk a little bit about how AI is transforming healthcare.
Yeah, that's another fantastic topic. Spend a lot of my time in AI as well. And I would start by saying it's exactly the same thing that I just said about transformation, right? It's a technology. It can be part of a digital transformation that an organization goes through. It's another, arrow in your quiver. It just happens to be a very powerful arrow that's taking down a huge amount of investment dollars right now. But it's important not to get too excited about it because think back and we had the big data revolution, right? Big data was going to change everything in healthcare and it was a big nothing, really. I say that, but it actually created the foundations that we're building AI upon, but big data itself didn't do. And the change before that was health records. They were going to revolutionize healthcare and make it all better. And, another platform piece that improved things, but hasn't changed. So AI is going to be the same thing. AI is going to bring us tremendous progress and improvements. It's going to allow us to do things that individual humans can't do themselves, but it's not going to be an overnight transformation. So there have been some great successes already with AI. My group at the Center for Digital Health Innovation worked with GE Healthcare to do AI on imaging. So we developed the ability for AI to look at chest x-rays as they're performed and to actually interpret the chest x-rays for some dangerous conditions in the intensive care units. And so you took a process that took hours and hours and was very human dependent, automated it using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and now instantly when a chest x-ray was shot, the machine could tell the technologists, the clinicians, the radiologists, whether there were important things like collapsed lungs or a breathing tube that was out of place, a feeding tube that was out of place, air under the diaphragm where it shouldn't be, very dangerous. All those things were known instantly. So great progress like that, saving lives all over the world already. At the same time, we've seen many failures of artificial intelligence algorithms. We've seen promise very early on of that people were going to have the ability to just take a picture on their iPhone of a skin lesion and know if it was a cancer. And that turned out to not have nearly the accuracy that it was. But it was interesting because it shows one of the challenges of AI is you can build AI algorithms relatively straightforward right now. The technology and the compute power is very available right now. It's one of the amazing things that Google and others did is they democratized these tools. So easy to run tools, easy to operate, take some classes in Python and you can get going, you can write algorithms. Then you can get some publicly available data and you can tune your algorithm and train it on that data. And you can create what looks like a highly functioning AI algorithm and a model and demonstrate very good performance on that data set. The problem that we've run into is these models generally, they don't generalize across populations. They don't generalize outside of the setting that they were created in. And we ran into this a little bit when we were working on our projects with GE, was we developed these algorithms that were very accurate at determining these clinical conditions and recognizing them using the data set that we had developed them on, using high-end academic center quality chest x-rays, using population of the San Francisco Bay Area. But when you got outside of that, you had to generalize to other parts of the world, to different ethnicities, different socioeconomic populations, different disease entities, they weren't nearly as accurate. So we had to go and get additional data. And that's one of the things that people are learning now about AI is only as good, the model is only as good as the data that it was developed on. Initially, people thought that meant just high quality data and you had to have the right number of what you were looking for and the right number of controls, but it's not. It's got to be a much more heterogeneous set of data that represents the eventual population that the AI is going to have to work on. So that's one of the huge challenges to AI is access to data, and we can talk a little bit more about that. But the other point that's worth making is AI isn't just about really cool clinical tools. It's not about the magic man in the box giving you answers to clinical problems. Definitely one of the exciting pieces of it. But the place where we're seeing AI have the most immediate impact is in automation of very manual tasks, getting people out of having to do things that is time consuming for them that the AI can do much more quickly. So it's having impact on the finance side, on the administrative side of healthcare already, automating scheduling, getting patients to the right places more quickly. Those pieces, as always, will happen earlier and more straightforward than doing the actual clinical work.
That's a good one. I do want to dig into something you touched on. And so there's the sort of inherent bias with the data, but also the development of these AI systems. And I think we've heard a lot about that. And so I want to touch on that. And then I have one question from the audience that I really like, and then we'll wrap up. But talk about how we sort of combat developers, particularly if they're developing for audiences that don't include BIPOC or other populations. How do we combat that and make sure that that's not an issue?
Yeah, it's actually a complicated issue, more so than you would think, and it's a subject of a lot of research right now. Part of it is that where I was, what I was touching on before, that you've got to have data that doesn't have bias built into it. And sadly, the vast majority of healthcare data has some intrinsic bias built into it because of the way the whole healthcare system grew up and the disparities that are inherent in where the care is delivered, what setting, what kind of health center you're getting data in, and the geography of where they are and the population. So because of all those factors, the data that exists in those centers has bias built into it, not necessarily, intentional bias, but it's just got bias relative to the totality of data that we would need. So it requires people to be incredibly thoughtful upfront to ensure that they have a very broad spectrum of data, a very broad spectrum of patients and socioeconomic groups and ethnicities, all included in the data sets that they're developing the AI. Again, the AI can only know what it's seen previously. It doesn't yet have the ability to abstract to things that it's never seen. It can do things that it's seen rarely, and it can tell you what fits and doesn't fit in the data set, but trying to get the responses, if you've only shown it a very narrow slice, it's going to have the inherent bias that's built into the data. So people need to be recognizing that, and you need to be working to make sure that the training and the validation of the models includes the ability to see other data, other individuals, so it will recognize them. So you don't build in the same biases. You could have two errors. One is just allowing the data to inherently build in the same bias that already exists in the system, or even worse, you could narrow the data set because a certain population of patients agreed to be part of a trial, and then it would only know what to do with those patients. So it requires a tremendous amount of attention. The good news is that with all the attention being paid on, the racial disparities, how certain underserved populations are doing much worse in the pandemic, has highlighted it to the point where people are thinking about this as they're developing these algorithms. But there's more work to do because the data inherently struggles, the underlying data, to be inclusive, and that's going to be one of the big challenges as we go forward.
Well, thank you for covering that. I do want to take us a little off script because there's a great question that came in from the audience. And I know I said I wasn't going to take them, but I couldn't not do this one. I think we rely so much on the technology and thinking that's going to be the solve. And so the question is, we talk a lot about innovation and practice. We don't often hear about tech, whether it can change medical education. So as a physician, how do you see medical training changing in response to tech? As a guy that actually has both of those skill sets, what can you tell your peers, and what do we need to do better on that front?
Yeah, I love that question. For years, we've been rethinking the curriculum at UCSF and thinking about how does technology need to be included in the training. And, initially that was, okay, we need to expose students to electronic health records much earlier so they can become very facile. And then the questions came up of, well, how much technology do they really need to understand? Do they need to be able to just write queries so they can ask their own questions to the system? And then it became, well, do they actually need to be able to know how to program in Python to understand machine learning and to be able to write these systems themselves? I think the training isn't going to get to that point. We're not going to make everyone who comes into healthcare have to be an engineer or computer scientist. That's just not reasonable. But the thinking about digital technologies, the understanding the foundations and how they are now a major part of the system is going to be part of the education. It already is. Our curriculum includes those kinds of exposures. Simulation labs, the ability to do some programming are going to be super important pieces of it. But at the same time, you don't want to say, well, if you can't do those, if you can't be a programmer, you can't be in healthcare. That's kind of ridiculous as well. But the technologies are becoming more and more a fundamental part of how we deliver care. And so, the students need to be trained in how do you use those technologies. And we're encouraging a whole new group. There's biomedical engineering, which used to be developing new drugs, new technologies, new biotech. There is a whole evolving space of new digital technologies, that marriage between how do we use those technologies, how do we develop them, and how do we avoid all these biases? How do we avoid all these problems we've stumbled over for the last 2-3 decades in technology by having people who grow up as that is their career path, not bolting it on as they go through. So, long way of saying the students are going to be much more facile. They're going to have much more training in digital technologies than we ever have. And they're going to be branches of medicine that are specifically focused on how do you use and how do you build these technologies.
Well, thank you so much for answering that. Thank you for a engaging conversation. I wish we could take this another half hour, 45 minutes. But this was a great taste. We'll do another one of these at some point in time. Dr. Blum, thank you so much. And for the audience listening in, stay tuned. We're going to jump over to our next session in just a minute. We will be talking about identifying and targeting patients that don't know that you exist. And so really great information there. Dr. Blum, thank you again for doing this, and look forward to talking again soon.
It's my pleasure. Take care.
Welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed that conversation I just had with Dr. Blum. I could have talked forever to him, such a smart guy. You're going to get an equally amazing conversation here. I'm going to do a few quick housekeeping notes first, and then we'll lead you into the session. So I'm Aaron Strout, CMO of Real Chemistry. We are recording these sessions. We will make all of them available. If you've registered, you'll get a copy of it in the next few days. We are hopefully going to take a question or two. So in YouTube Live, bottom right-hand side, either feel free to make comments or leave a question. We'll make sure we fill that to our panelists. And then lastly, we are tracking this conversation through the hashtag RealChemSXSW. That's RealChemSXSW, which stands for South by Southwest. Our session today is called Targeting Patients When They Don't Know You Exist. We spoke about AI in our last session. You're going to hear a lot about that, about data, about how this actually gets practically applied. I'm thrilled to have my friend and colleague, long-term colleague, Paulo Simas, who is our group president and managing partner here at Real Chemistry, oversees our branding work, but also works in a lot of our innovative new projects with clients. Without further ado, Paulo, take it away.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, looking forward to having a really lively discussion today. And as Aaron mentioned, the topic couldn't be more relevant to today's landscape, and nothing new to the world of marketers, in targeting and really engaging with individuals and patients and people, and the consumerization of health. The educating and getting information into the hands of individuals so that they can be better informed about their health through better medicines, better therapies. And today we find ourselves at this amazing intersection of science and storytelling, and how do those two things come together. And there's a lot of really amazing innovation that's going on out there. And today we're super excited to have two great panelists with us. Alex Nipagojev from Abbott, who's Divisional Vice President of Global Marketing for Structural Heart, and also John Senior from Swoop and IPM.AI, which is part of Real Chemistry, to talk about a case study, which was a fascinating journey in how do we reach individuals that don't even know that this type of therapy or this type of opportunity and option to treat them for structural heart disease was even available. So Abbott, after almost 150 years in existence as leaders in healthcare, really found themselves, at an opportunity to look at how they can engage patients in a more meaningful way. And they've done this from, nutrition to diabetes. They've worked in diagnostics and now in medical devices. And as I mentioned, direct-to-consumer marketing is nothing new, but it's been predominantly owned by pharma for a very long time. And so today, Alex gives me a call and says, what if we try to target patients with mitral regurgitation? First question is, well, what's mitral regurgitation? So we had to start with that premise to say, are those people out there? Are those patients engaged? Are they online? Are they learning? Are they listening? And then secondly, how do we present them with an opportunity to better themselves? And with one of their flagship products, MitraClip, Abbott decided to dive in. And today, love to start, Alex, by maybe telling us a little bit about why mitral regurgitation, why MitraClip, and really Abbott being at the forefront of digital transformation. Why did you choose this as the opportune time to get started?
Sure. Thanks, Paulo, and great to be with you guys. Really appreciate the opportunity to tell this story and, of course, share some of the lessons learned. To baseline all of us, mitral regurgitation in simpler terms is a leaky heart valve. And specifically, we're talking about a mitral valve here. And the reason it's such a big unmet need is because as the population ages, as we reach age of 65 and older, the prevalence of mitral regurgitation starts going up. So at around age 75, about 50% of the population has mitral regurgitation. So millions of patients out there. But the severity of the disease is the most important factor. With severely diagnosed mitral regurgitation, we have about 57% chance of mortality within 1 year. So it's a very vicious degenerative disease of the mitral valve. And MitraClip product is unique in the place because it's a transcatheter treatment for mitral regurgitation, and it's the only product currently available on the market. So when mitral regurgitation is undertreated because patients cannot undergo surgery because they're in a frail state and a transcatheter option is available to them, that's their only chance at life, at feeling better, living a healthier life. So looking at COVID, looking at the fact that patient pathways are disrupted, traditional communication pathways between referring physicians and treating physicians are not there, we thought it was really important for us to start reaching out directly to patients and talk to them about MitraClip so they can find a path to treatment.
So John, with that premise being set up, and certainly the first question we had to ask you and your team was, are those patients out there? Are those people engaged? Do they care? So with all the amazing innovation and the tools that we have in our arsenal today, what was their first thought and some of the things that we could use to try to engage those individuals?
Yeah, and I think the easiest way is let's get back to kind of just the basics of why DTC advertising, right? Patients as consumers, and you just said it. The patients are acting as their own CEOs of their healthcare journeys, right? So the way we engage them, the messages that resonate with them are highly important, especially with what Abbott's doing here. But I think the biggest thing is if you think about the goal of any campaign, right? And what we wanted to do here is how do we drive the awareness of the disease? How do we guide a treatment option, right? Exactly what Abbott's trying to do. And then you want to establish yourself as a therapy of choice. You can't really do that with generically going after a segment, right? Just mass blast advertising and other initiatives. Can't do anything off the shelf, right? This is not a one size fits all kind of segmentation exercise. And the reason is really simple, right? Abbott in this case has got therapeutic advantages to what the things that they are doing, right? They're very important. They're core to their very essence. And in the scene crux, you got to figure out those therapeutic advantages and the education of disease state and try to figure out how patients are making decisions, where they're going to consume information. And the reason you do that is really simple, right? I want a very differentiated message, right? The work that Real Chemistry does on the backside of this segmentation exercise. Because I don't actually want to reach a broad audience that don't actually engage with the healthcare providers, that don't seek the treatment that they need in this case, and then commit to this therapy. So on the swoop side, how do we solve this, right? And the simple answer is you let the machines do what the machines do very well and augment the intelligence of the creative humans to engage with the patients. And the way that we do this is we take health data, so 300 million patient journeys over 10 years. That's the what to this. And then we look at social signals and other signals to say, wait a minute, there's also behavioral things and the reason that we actually want to engage with these folks is it's not just the core kind of real world data, right? It's but how they behave and how they consume things. And so with this particular project, it was all about doing it. How can we apply algorithms and modeling and propensity analysis to get Abbott to a place where we can hone that message, and that message was very resonant. And again, we want to activate those patients, take some action, and be a real kind of deterministic factor in their healthcare and diagnostic journeys.
So Alex, all that sounds really smart and awesome, right? But we still have to come back to you and say, trust us, they're out there, right? That we can engage them, we can activate them. What was some of the internal thought process that you and your team had to go through as well to determine, do we have enough? Can we really identify them? And more importantly, do they care enough with the messaging that we would put in front of them for them to actually take action?
Yeah, what John was saying is very important, because obviously we don't want to activate worried sick, because then we're overwhelmed the healthcare system. We create panic within the patient population. We want to find the right patients at the right time of their healthcare journey, as well as severity of their mitral regurgitation, right? Because from the indications perspective, we're indicated for a certain patient population, and we want to treat the appropriate patient that we have indications for. So looking at that challenge of finding the right patients and being able to activate them in a meaningful way and have them engage their healthcare providers in their journey, right, in discussion of their disease and treatment options was very imperative for us. And of course, as medical devices, we're relatively late to the party. As you mentioned, pharma has been doing it for a while, but historically, med device had starts and stops with direct-to-consumer promotion and advertising, for the reasons that these patients in the medical device space are truly owned by implanters, right? And the implanters want to have some level of control in how they present the therapy, risks, options, and other therapies to their patient versus, somebody coming in and telling the patient that that's the right choice for them. What's great about structural heart is that therapies as well as clinical community are truly starting to operate as a heart team. So it's multi-specialty environment where it's a surgeon, interventional cardiologist, heart failure specialist, and of course the patient themselves who are part of the discussion. So we already have the foundation in the community to have those conversations with patients. And what we're trying to do is now empower the patient to be an educated contributor to that conversation. So jumping into it, of course, another concern was budget, and how do we structure a campaign like this without overspending and under-delivering, especially as we're looking at times of COVID.
And follow up to that, Alex, is when we think about driving and activating those patients and putting them into that referral kind of decisional network, if you will, for that entire heart team. Was there any additional preparation that you or the sales force or the teams had to do to let those physicians and those accounts and let those geographies know that this activity was going on? Because again, pushing them through is one thing, getting them to treatment is a second.
Excellent point. Patient journey is long, and with John's help, we've identified that it could be years to months to weeks. And patient journey and healthcare pathway is still a baton race. Patient speaks to their general physician first, refer to cardiologist. If they're in heart failure, then it's a heart failure specialist, and then they reach the surgical or interventional cardiology team at the hospital who will do the implant. So we needed to ensure that we prepare our community and those referring physicians to receive those patients. So making sure that, again, we don't overwhelm them, and they're also prepared to have the same level of therapy conversation, educated conversation with their patients. Historically, as you know, med devices have kind of worked all the way out of the funnel, right? So starting at the core of the implanter and then possibly going to referral channels. Going direct to patient and engaging throughout the funnel on the way down, I think we're looking at a pretty cost-effective way of doing it.
And John, one thing that's I'm sure on top of everyone's mind when we talk about this level of engagement is privacy, right? And how do we ensure that that information, that individual is protected, throughout this entire journey, and make sure that, again, that we're meeting and exceeding, privacy, regulations that are put in place to do that.
Yeah, and it's extremely important, right? So everything that we need to do is governed, right? So we've got some HIPAA parts, we've got some, advertising guidelines that we have to ensure a privacy safe methodological approach to this, right? And the way that, and there's confines around this. So for all the good work that we want to do, it's not about just going right to the patient and messaging direct to them, right? Because there's bigger implications to that. So the thing that guides us, the thing that guides Swoop and the way that we design our models, even the way that we look at our data, is that we make sure that there's no personal identifiable information that can be gleaned or disseminated, right? And that more importantly, or more specificity, there's no personal health information. So the way that we do that is we have to apply tokens. We have to de-identify this patient data as we create our segments. The other thing is, and I'm not sure that everybody realizes this, is we use the measurement audience quality, which is the amount of diagnostics or the amount that are diagnosed within a given patient population. Another thing that kind of guidelines us, so we've got this privacy thing, we've got the audience quality thing, and it's very important that when we do this work, that we have that underlying foundation and premise, so that we don't have something that can occur as a crisis. And as we know, the FDA is always regulated, what you say, how you say it. The challenge is obviously who you say it to. And so we take that very seriously, and we have to use those guidelines in anything the machines do, and then the implementations of the good work that the humans do with the campaigns.
And John mentioned measurement, Alex. So we know that at the end of the day is an ongoing discussion and evolution for how marketers and companies are looking at the success of these types of campaigns. What were some of the thoughts and some of the things that Abbott was looking to accomplish, and how did you determine success, and how are we continually determining success regarding the return on that investment that you talked about earlier in a campaign like this?
Yeah, ultimately we measure our success in patients treated. So we wanted to make sure that the campaign drives metrics that ultimately point or connect us to the end patient treated. So that was one of the hard asks as we were working with real chemistry to develop a model that can definitively tell us whether or not we're making an impact. So looking at the more traditional metrics of acquisition and others, of course, that's important, but calculating those down and developing a model that can point us to return on investment in terms of patients treated was pretty important part of the consideration, along with the privacy considerations that John was speaking to, because we're Abbott and we're a 150-year-old company, and we need to be leaders in the space of compliance as well as innovation.
And John, is there anything additional on the measurement side that we could put in place, learn from, that really gives individuals and marketers alike a little bit more confidence that we're actually measuring the right things, optimizing, and then ultimately returning on that marketing investment, so that again everybody can feel confident that what they're putting out there is getting the maximum results?
Yeah, I think that goes to how you structure the segmentation, right? So let's talk about Abbott, right? In the case, and we as marketers never want to start broad, but in many cases, broad is exactly what we need to do, right? So in the case of Abbott, we started relatively broad, and we looked at categories of heart disease segmentation, which would be the indicia of, wait, something's initially wrong here. Went more granular to the whole notion of mitral valve prolapse and regurgitation, and then started looking at comorbidities, right? So back to the right message at the right time and measuring it, I think a lot has to do with the homework that you do up front, right? So that resonance kind of clicks with the consumer of that information. And by the way, the channel, right? Because you want to make sure, whether it's the demand side platforms, whether it's the digital platforms, whether it's the media publishers, that you've got the inventory that are actually going to reach these very patients. You've got the means that you're going to communicate with them. So I think segmentation is absolutely vital. Why? Because that allows us to actually tailor those messages to the way people consume information and regard their health, right? A heart disease patient is going to regard their health very differently and have different treatment options because there's just a wide variety of reasons that they have heart disease, as opposed to someone who actually is diagnosed with that morbidity of prolapse or regurg, as opposed to a person that's suffering from diabetes and wondering, why do I have these issues? So I think that upfront that homework and that measurement, because of that segmentation, is of the utmost importance here.
Alex, was there a point along the campaign or along the decision path for you and your team that that really presented a challenge or a barrier to getting the program off the ground, or any learnings that we may have had that again we had to shift or pivot into a new direction?
Well, I think we're early in the campaign evolution, right? We're about 4 or 5 months into it. But as we worked to develop the campaign, and I think it's a combination of creative and a curated message, reaching the right audience and activating them, and then of course optimizing the channels. So I'd say, some of the pivot moments were, one is picking the right message and developing versions that we can test actively, because that's optimizing our spend and getting the outcomes we're looking for from the campaign. Number two, it's I think for us was the choice of really pinpointing how we go after the patient, and I think again from John's point, targeting, because mitral valve patient it's a Venn diagram of symptoms, right? There's no specific symptom other than, unless you listen to your heart and hear the murmur, you could have, fatigue, you could have swelling, you have everything else. And people are older and they're talking about being, older. That's their symptoms. And we really needed to be targeted. So optimizing that was pretty important every step of the way. First month, first week.
Yeah, and one thing that we hear all the time, and you set it up very early on, Alex, about this patient population being, a little bit on the older side. 65 plus. Yeah. And we always hear, well, are they online? Are they active? Right? Well, I can tell you that some of the things that we've learned is they're very active, but on social channels, because that's what's performing very well. So John, if we look at channel distribution, right, and we think about, that's a lot of this is not just getting the right message, but it's getting the right message to them at the right time on the right channel. Exactly. How do we learn and get there as fast as possible so that we engage with them where they are?
I think a lot has to do also with, by the way, that's great, because whether it's social or display or search engine marketing or endemic doctor sites, whatever it might be, I think it's a couple of things. Number one, we're starting to see the role of the healthcare provider as the influencer now, right? So you mentioned social, right? And we know as we're kind of growing into this, or growing hopefully out of this time of COVID, we just saw an exponential rise in influencers becoming the actual doctors, the actual treaters, right? And so the notion of choosing a channel where there are KOLs that have regular discussion and engagement with patients that are helping them in this kind of, in some case, a diagnostic odyssey, right? They're losing hope when they're looking for these key opinion leaders to provide them with some guidance. So I think in that case, social certainly is the engagement among patients, but how do you really look at the healthcare provider community and the key opinion leader kind of community? The second part is just bona fide influencers, patients that have been treated, that have taken a very active role in their diagnostic and treatment journeys, and now have become the patient kind of advocates, right? So I think it's really important to make sure we consider channels that are going to be able to amplify them and give them a platform and a mechanism of message. I think the last part of this is we just got to get more in tune with a lot more of these social determinants of health data as well, right? So choosing channels and means of distribution, distributing that message, but making sure, you are going to wellness sites where people are trying to take better care of themselves, and back to that comorbidity, may have diabetes, but also providing them with information saying, hey, you're taking really good care of yourself, but do you have the symptomatology, and are you suffering from these potential kind of quirks, and I'm out of breath, and as Alex mentioned, some of those things. So I think matching the channel with the audience that's going to help the companies actually get there and enable and kind of empower these patients that we take, we take from these segments is of the utmost importance right now. And I think we're getting to more dialing in and some refinement of those methods right now.
So Alex, go ahead.
Actually, another important topic, and Paulie was asking about lessons. Targeting the channel is very important because when we launched the campaign, we were in a very tumultuous time in our political environment, right? So ensuring that your message is reaching the healthcare topic, it's reaching the right audience without intersecting with negative political narrative out there is important for brand reputation as well. And we were very conscious about protecting Abbott brand and our therapy and not being crossed over or associated with some of the political momentum happening in the country this past winter.
And to build on that brand equity and continually having that be a positive reinforcement of, the value that it's bringing to a large society. Obviously, with the diagnostics last year was a huge, lift in that brand equity for Abbott. But now we shift that over to, structural heart and to the med device space. Sounds like we're opening up some really nice conversational channels with these patients and these and people alike, because a lot of them are caregivers. Is the thought now for Abbott and for your team, Alex, to maybe start to widen that out beyond just one device and say, look, we can treat the whole heart, right? And we have a lot more than just MitraClip. So, this is again that a little bit of that expansion of that conversation.
Yeah, I think to the case study, right? In the 4 months, we've seen tremendous results, right? Our traffic to the website increased over 200%. Our conversion rate is 29%. Our completed call to action, so actually patients searching for a clinic by zip code. So they identify with the therapy, they want to understand the therapy better, and they're searching by zip code for a clinic. That went up 600%. So this gives us a lot of confidence that we're on the right blueprint here to take DTC in a very measurable, very appropriate way to our patients and their provider team. And the benefit of doing so across structural heart is that we have severely undertreated patient populations, right? Mitral valve is one of them. We have aortic valve, we have tricuspid valve, we have stroke risk. So all our therapies are less than 5% penetrated. And with the population being out there, not knowing about those treatment options, I think we can definitely scale and engage patients and their caregivers, as you said, in a much more appropriate way.
And so, John, is there economies of scale here for Abbott? Once they learn about one patient population or a segment, are there learnings to a broader audience? There's that term lookalikes, right? We hear that all the time. Is that applicable? And because again, return on marketing investment, right? So if I learn here, can I apply that there?
I think it definitely is, right? Because the more segments we generate, the higher definition and granularity of those segments we generate, apply the messaging to them, all that flows back to how you create the model, right? The more precision, the more exclusive that model is. So certainly from the how you train the machines, that's really important. And then from the key learnings from the actual message and resonant measurement, I think you can certainly take those key learnings. And like I said, we started broad and then we started trickling down, as Alex mentioned. Now you can take them to companion kind of diagnostics too, right? So I think everything's kind of a refinement and a measurement, and what can you reutilize and so on and so forth. But I think by learning, it's test and learn, right? You're testing it, you're understanding the audience quality measures, you're understanding the campaign kind of diagnostics, so to speak. You're making the machine smarter, your messaging becomes smarter. So it's a flywheel in many cases. And I think it just gets better the more we work together and see the results of these campaigns. And ultimately the results are how many people are treated successfully and their outcomes.
That's great. Yeah. And Alex, did you have another comment there?
Well, that prompted a thought that, in the clinical research, we have an emerging concept of a digital twin, right? So basically you take a patient and you create a digital twin based on the risk factors, everything else. Now we're able to transition that digital twin into consumer advertising space. And again, be pretty good at who we're speaking to and how we're engaging them. So
That's great.
that's exciting.
So I know we're down to like the last minute or two here. And I don't know, maybe take a question or we can just wrap things up with any final thoughts, on maybe what again, some of those lessons learned, but more importantly, if there's the one thing or how somebody can take away from this conversation, where we go next. Any final thoughts, Alex? And then I'll go over to John for that.
Yeah, I would say, we're just scratching the surface, and biggest takeaway is listen to your audiences. We listen to the patients, we listen to their care coordinators and the providers, and unanimously everybody was pro going DTC because the treatment is unique, awareness is low, so we can only do better for the patients and the providers by raising awareness. So engaging your audiences and listening to them first, but then going bold and fast is a lesson for me.
I think the takeaway really is as much science there are, this is the blend of art and science, right? So I had mentioned before, this augments the ability for humans to execute in a much more effective manner. And I think we can't lose sight of that, right? This is not about a magic 8-ball and this magic thing happening, but rather how do humans take this data and make better decisions? And then ultimately, like we said, how do they convert those decisions to engaging the right patient at the right time with the right message and motivating them to actually become very involved in their treatment journeys?
Well, thank you both for today and actually, for helping us live out our vision of, trying to make the world a healthier place. And I think this is just a testament to how we're trying to all do that collectively through, again, the science and the art of storytelling. And I think there's just to Alex's point, we're just scratching the surface. So super excited about the future. Thank you guys. And thank you both for taking the time today. I see Aaron pop back on. So hopefully everybody enjoyed today's conversation.
Hey, John.
Yeah, well, thank you, Paolo, and thank you, John. Thank you, Alex, for sharing your wisdom. This is a great segue. It's sort of like we let in with Dr. Blum talking about artificial intelligence and how we're applying it data. You all brought that to life, and now we have another session after we take a quick break on breakthrough innovations in healthcare with Arthi Shah from Provoke, and then Michelle Stansbury from Houston Methodist, who leads innovation there. Carrie Amato, also involved in innovation at HIMSS, a company that cares a lot about digital health and all the things you just talked about. So today we did I think a pretty good job at sandwiching all these key topics and themes. So very appreciative, gentlemen. Everyone hang tight, and we'll be back after the break.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying this amazing morning of great content. We have more of it. It's kind of funny. We went from a all-male panelist to an all-female panel. This is going to be another really good one. A few housekeeping notes before we jump in. So I'm going to start with the fact that we are recording these sessions. We are going to make them all available after the fact. So if you registered, you'll get access. We may have time for a question or two, depending on how far along we get, but if you want to put questions in the bottom right-hand area of YouTube Live, you can do that. You can also feel free to comment. We're seeing a lot of commentary on the different sessions today. And then lastly, we are using a hashtag. It's RealChemSXSW. That's RealChem and then SXSW, which stands for South by Southwest. We've been talking about innovation all morning, and we're going to continue with that. We have breakthroughs in health innovation. You're going to love this panel. I've actually been on panels with a couple of the folks here. Carrie, you and I will do one in the not too distant future. But your moderator today is none other than Arthi Shah, who is the executive editor at Provoke Media and so much more. With no further ado, Arthi, I'm going to hand it over to you and let you guide us through some breakthroughs in health innovation.
Thanks, Aaron, and thank you for giving me the chance to moderate this great session. Well, welcome everyone. As Aaron said, this is Breakthroughs in Health Innovation, and I'm Arthi Shah, Executive Editor for Provoke, and of course your host for this session. So at Provoke Media, we cover public relations, communications, and reputation issues. So you might notice that many of my questions sort of filter through this lens. I believe we have about 25 or 30 minutes, so this will be a rapid fire Q&A. But as Aaron mentioned, I do invite audience questions, and especially if we go quickly through something and you want us to go a little deeper, we're happy to do that. The panelists who will be joining me in this discussion, I'm very, very excited about. We have Michelle Stansberry, who is VP of Innovation and IT Corporate Business Solutions at Houston Methodist. We also have Carrie Amato, who's Executive Director of Health Innovation at HIMSS. Welcome, Michelle and Carrie.
Thank you for having us.
So, I mentioned that, Michelle, that you're from Houston, and I did want to start with that. I think many in the audience may know about the ice storm that happened in Texas and how that impacted really everything. I know Texas faced, it was record low temperatures with snow and ice that left millions without electricity. It resulted in numerous tragedies, including hospitals scrambling to sustain their operations. So Michelle, can you tell us a little bit about what that was like at Houston Methodist?
Sure. Well, what started out to be such a joy, I think, for so many in Houston, because as you know, we rarely get snow, and it was something we were all looking forward to, actually turned into probably one of the worst nightmares that we've ever had, with many of us being without power, without water for multiple days, having to deal with temperatures that we just don't see. And, even to two of our hospitals that were without water for about 3 days, so having to deal with that, thinking about a population, these dialysis clinics didn't have power, didn't have water. So, what could we do? And, it was everyone reaching out to try to help and take care of as many people as we could. I will tell you, just being without water at our hospitals, that was an interesting dilemma that we had never had to work through ever before. And so it was, how do you just get in water to be able to take care of, sanitary and things, just normal of business, and actually getting drinking water in. And again, as I said, just in the dialysis patients, we had a lot of these clinics reaching out to us that, people still needed to do that. And so, we were almost kind of running like a MASH unit, if you want to call it, just trying to get in these people so that they could get their dialysis done during this time frame. But very, very serious situation that hopefully I am hopeful that our infrastructure will soon be fixed so that we never have to face that again.
How long? Like, what was the duration? I believe the ice storm hit was like, I think it was like February 15th or 16th. It was a Sunday or a Monday, right?
It was a Sunday. I will say, I admit, I woke up Monday morning and, looked out my door and was, oh, isn't it beautiful? But very shortly after that is when we started seeing the power issues that were occurring. And, it just quickly went downhill from there to, multiple power outages. And of course, I think as many heard, over the national news that the Texas power grid was really struggling. And so in order to keep some power, they were having to literally cut off power for certain, areas at periodic times. Personally, I lost power for about 32 hours at my home. So then it was the water situation right after that. So not only did you not have, power, but you didn't have water either. And it was, again, just, massive, massive problems that you just think of your basic necessities of, power and water, and then of no power and food being an issue and so forth. And we're still struggling. There are, areas within the Houston and surrounding communities, and I'm sure within the overall state of Texas, where people are still just struggling to get their homes back, to normal. But again, who would have ever thought? I mean, I was just absolutely shocked to hear, because, we've got generators at almost all of our facilities that help us run the power. But the water situation was the one that really kind of threw us for a loop for two of our facilities. They just, there was no water. So how do you keep your operations running? Because you have to have that in order to run a hospital.
Well, and I think building on that, it's so interesting, Michelle, how crises like what you guys are facing and continue to face down in Texas here as the aftermath of that. But in addition, COVID really kind of shine a light on where, the infrastructure and some of just the fundamental issues with healthcare that we all talk about and we all know about, but really come to light in that moment. And so, areas we had been trying to innovate on, like virtual care and stuff, but then we just weren't quite there. Like you saw that during COVID. I'm sure you guys saw that and continue to see that down in Texas.
Yeah, before we close this out, I do want to touch base on where the narrative is now. So we're a month almost. No, we're actually more than a month out from the ice storms, and what's the perception in terms of what needs to change? What's the role that and I think both Carrie or Michelle, both of you can chime in here. What's the role that you think technology will play in this solution? And I think this has also shined a light on the grid situation, nationwide, right? I think people saw what happened in Texas and they thought, wait, can that happen here? And by the way, I usually like to do this, and I did not do this at the beginning of the call. I'm dialing in from the San Francisco Bay Area. Michelle, you're from Houston. Carrie, where are you dialing in from?
Outside of Chicago.
Outside of Chicago. Okay. So it's always great to give people that context. But yeah, I mean, let's look at how, where do things look, more than a month out? And what is the role that technology and innovation can play in the solution moving forward? I think, Michelle, you mentioned that you all are still struggling. There are people that are still dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. It's not over.
No, it's not. And that's, that's the sad part. And I know that many, and even probably in Chicago, because I know that you get your weather, and that's probably nothing new at this type of weather for Chicago and many areas up north, but that's not something that Texas is used to dealing with, of 10-degree temperatures for multiple days, if even lower than that. And so it really shined a light on that. Our infrastructure was not set up for having to deal with that type of weather. And that's the unknown. We're really good at managing hurricanes. We're really good at managing, tornadoes and things that come across. But, for this type of weather situation, it really shined a light for, I would say, Texas as a whole, but really down in Houston, and we've got a big, huge medical center campus, that's right here in the heart of downtown that, something is going to have to be done. I mean, when you're stopping and scrambling, trying to get in tanker trucks of water, pallets of bottled water just to be able to get, people to be able to have that basic necessity, it's just really shined a light that, I think many now are, just as we do with any other disasters that come in, what are we going to do as an organization to make sure that we're better prepared for things like this that potentially may happen again? We hope not, but we just want to make sure that we are prepared.
Carrie, are you all having discussions about the grid and the role that technology can play to sort of modernize it so we don't have these types of outages? And what's the perception sort of nationwide?
Yeah, I mean, I think any kind of crisis like this shines a light on that type of discussion, and definitely technology plays a role. We were talking earlier, and I think, Michelle and I were talking about how I'm always interested in moments like that, how sometimes, technologies that we already have, like texting and things, can be extremely impactful to populations that maybe you can't get a hold of because the power is out and their broadband is out or whatever it might be. And so turning to some of those practical technologies, or turning to some of the distribution providers that we normally wouldn't look at, to bring in bottles of water, obviously their distribution systems are still working. How can we leverage that in other ways in terms of, vaccine rollout, other things as we look to future crises? I think there's a ton of lessons to be learned there, and a ton that we can look at from that practical innovation side of things.
That's an excellent point, right? Like taking some of the technology that we have and redeploying that for these crises. Carrie, you mentioned something earlier about sort of all of the innovations we've seen over the last 12 months. And I think when we spoke earlier, you talked a little bit about how patient-centric these are. Can you talk a little bit about the innovations you've seen over the last 12 months, accelerated by the pandemic, but I'm sure were brewing even before then?
Yeah, I think it's the pandemic, the rise of the consumer or patient voice has been building, and I think COVID kind of amplified it even more. And so putting that patient at the center of all innovation is something that's not going to go away, and I'm excited about that, to see that the patient's at the middle. But I think, some exciting areas that we've been seeing, obviously testing and tracking of the pandemic, huge advances there in terms of innovation. And I would imagine more to come in that area. The rise of telehealth, while we had, as I mentioned before, things in place, we may not have had them at scale. So that's kind of our next step here on telehealth, is so how do we do that on scale? How do we take the lessons that we learned of what worked well and what didn't, and then move that forward into a functioning telehealth system? Voice, which I know, Michelle, you guys down in Houston at the organization you're at do a lot with, but I think a voice is exciting too. I think, this idea that home is really becoming the epicenter of care, it had to during COVID. There was nowhere else to go. That became where you took care of yourself, you took care of your aging parents, you took care of your children. And so I think looking at voice in that lens, looking at other connected devices in the home is a really interesting space that's booming as well. And then I think just in general, data for me isn't going to go away, and it's always exciting. The more devices we have that's collecting data gives us the ability to be more proactive in the way that we treat things, and it also just gives us the ability to do some deeper analytics and treat chronic disease differently. So I think those are a couple areas I'm excited about personally, and that we're looking at HIMSS as we move forward on the innovation conversation.
Michelle, do you want to give some specifics around how you all are seeing voice?
Yeah, I will tell you. Well, I want to kind of take it back a little, even further back, kind of in bridge on what Carrie was talking about. I mean, sometimes I think in innovation, we always think it's the bright new shiny toy or whatever else that's out there that, we absolutely have to be when we call it innovation. But where I would say is that don't forget to look back what you already have. And, when COVID hit for us and just really helped even with the vaccinations, is we had kind of started playing around with texting, just texting patients. And, what we really found was that was an extremely beneficial way to be able to communicate with our patients, that they absolutely preferred more than having to log into a patient portal. So, we just use texting to be able to, and it's bi-directional texting. It's not just one way, but it was a way to remind them of their appointments or to be able to tell them about their appointments. And they could either respond back that they wanted to reschedule or yes, it was good. We're trying to take it a step further to allow, patients to be able to look at how they can schedule just by texting. Because again, what we found was that people just didn't want to have to log into a portal. It's the way that we communicate, if you think about it on an everyday basis ourselves, and then kind of take that a step further. I agree with, Carrie. I think, virtual health is here to stay. We've seen the benefits of it during COVID. And, I know we've kind of seen a downturn now that things have kind of opened back up, but I still do think that it is a way that people can, we lead very busy lives. So how can I get to see my doctor? How can I get, for those not urgent, areas, but to be able to get, diagnosis and things that I know I could just quickly take care of by seeing a virtual visit. But I am going to bring on voice because I agree with Carrie. I think voice is a wave of the future, and it's just an not very highly utilized just yet area that we've become very accustomed to, because I think most people have Alexa devices in their houses, they have them in their cars, they have them on their phones. And so we've been experimenting with it. It's by having voice capabilities within the patient rooms, one for an entertainment value. The other is for them to be able to contact nursing. The other is for them to be able to get pharmacy information on the medications that are going to be discharged with. We've actually got voice that we're utilizing now in the homes. We started a pilot where new mothers now can actually, through their devices, be able to get information on what should they expect, what would be at this point that are things that they should be looking for, when should they be concerned, when should they call their doctors. And this is all a conversation they're just having through their Alexa devices. The other flip side, we're trying to take that, well, how can we bring voice more in for our physicians and our clinicians to become more efficient? So we've built a product. We did co-development with one of the largest voice vendors out there with Amazon on bringing voice into the ORs, so that your clinicians in the ORs now are not having to get in front of a computer to bring up labs, to bring up PACS images, start a case, start a tourniquet, stop the case, all of those things, to just increase the efficiency. And then kind of last but not least, and I know it's not brand new, but on ambient listening. And this all started from our CEO of really challenging our innovation group that he wants our physicians back in front of the patient and not in front of a computer. And so again, we've been doing some co-development with a couple of vendors and getting ready to really roll those out into our clinics. But I think what you're going to see is that voice is going to become more prominent within healthcare institutions to utilize it as a way to increase efficiencies and satisfaction from your clinicians and your patients.
So I want to break up several of the points that you mentioned there, because there's a lot of really interesting pieces of innovation that I think could have a big long-term impact. So, just going back to telemedicine then for a moment, I think I had pulled a number that I think in 2019, there was 1.4 million telemedicine visits. By the second quarter of 2020, which of course is when our world changed, that number rose to 35 million. And I'm curious about, as I think Carrie, you had mentioned that there's sort of been this drop off, and as people are emerging from this pandemic, they're going back into the office. So do you think there's a trust issue here? Do you think people are not confident that they can get, a thorough visit from a telemedicine appointment versus in person? And also, is there a comfort level where people like to be in the office? There are things that getting your blood pressure checked. A lot of people rely on their doctor's visits just to kind of check in on that. So what do you think the ultimate, where we're going to land on this? Do you think it will be more of a hybrid, and there will be certain, these are the reasons which you can do a telemedicine here, these are the reasons that you don't, and what kind of public education will we need to do around this?
Yeah, so I guess I'll take that in a couple pieces. So I think, the answer is, I think it will be a hybrid for a couple reasons. I think there certainly is a trust premium there, right? I think it's like the age old, do I trust that you can see my mole on camera the same way that you can see it in the office? And for some people, the answer is no. For some people, the answer is yes. And so I think we're going to see some specialties, it continues to uptick. Some specialties, as we're seeing, it drops off and people are headed back into the doctor. I think there's a generational piece there as well. We did some research recently on telehealth with consumers, asking them about their experiences during COVID. And it was interesting. We found out that younger generations indicated they're willing to pay a whole lot more to do digital health visits, where, the older generations are just fine going back. So I think there's also this kind of convenience premium, right? Where certain generations or certain populations, they're used to paying for that quick access. I can do it when I want to do it. I used to joke when they launched launched an Anytime Fitness by Me where you can go work out like 2 a.m. I was like, who would want to work out at 2 a.m? But I think it's the same with healthcare. You know, there's people that maybe that's when it's convenient for them to have their mole checked or to talk to their primary care doctor or whatever it might be. And so I think you're going to see certain pockets where it continues to stay steady, and then we're going to see some that drop off. But Michelle, I'm struck too by the comments, as you said, that your leadership, you know, wants to get people back, the patients back in front of the doctors. Couldn't agree more. And I think that brings up the point about, you know, how much innovation is too much innovation? And, you know, when do we need innovation? Like, when do we need virtual visits and when do we need in-person visits? And I think there's a whole area there that we just haven't unpacked as a whole health system yet.
No, I would agree with you on that, Carrie. And it's something that, you know, I think all innovators and all healthcare systems are kind of struggling with is what's the right mix, and especially when you come back onto virtual. But kind of even to talk a little bit about, I think what's going to help virtual, because you talk about the mole. Can you see it better in person or whatever on a picture? I mean, think about medical devices, and the more that we can use medical device integration with those virtual visits, I think they will become better, because now you can get real data, right? Instead of us just having a conversation and me talking about, well, I don't feel well. Well, yeah, okay, I've got this fever, but let me listen to your heart. Let me, you know, there's devices out there today, such as TytoCare, you know, that allow you to be able to do a bit more. They're still a little bit cumbersome to use, but I think they're going to get there. I really do, because it's amazing how, you know, the medical device integration is really exploding. But I think as that gets better, you're going to see, yes, I believe the younger generation, they're, you know, who are very tech savvy, you know, are going to start to use these things along with our clinicians. That why do I have to go in the office? Why do I have to drive down to a clinic or to a hospital, whatever, to get these types of services?
Michelle, I want to ask one last question on this, and that's, you know, what's the comfort level that you're seing with, because these are AI devices, right, that you're talking about, that you're having, you know, in the room with the patient. Are you getting pushback, or is the comfort level pretty high, given, you know, as you mentioned, I mean, most people have Alexas in their homes and their cars?
I will tell you from our perspective, and our goal is we've got probably about half to three quarters of the way there of getting Alexa devices or iPads in the room. And again, you know, we started out with it because of COVID. One, it was for entertainment value, and being able for family members to connect. Because as you remember, we just couldn't allow family members to come in and visit during the heart of COVID and during the surges that we had. And then it also served the dual purpose of us doing telerounding, so that, you know, the staff didn't necessarily have to dress up all in PPE and everything else to go into the rooms to really have a conversation. But what we have found is that our patients really like them. You know, I think you still find a few that are uncomfortable because, you know, are they really listening to me all the time? Is it, you know, in that aspect? But, you know, we have just found that the patients that are using the devices love it for the entertainment value, but they also love it to the fact that they're not pushing a nurse call button and then just getting this voice right through a device. But now it is, I feel like I'm getting something real time. And, you know, I think as we continue to evolve it and take it a step further, look at the communication that we're having right here. What if you could use that device then to really talk? Now, maybe a nurse is down the hall, but if I could quickly have a face-to-face with you and then come in and take care of your need, I just believe that there's a whole lot of opportunity that's there that we haven't yet touched. But what we do have today, our patients are very happy with it. And as I said, with the texting, you'd be amazed. What amazed us mostly was that, and we're a society who loves to use emojis. And what was so unique was that the patients were just texting back these really funny emojis, but it was telling us how much that they really appreciated having the opportunity to have this bi-directional functionality on texting that they use every day already now.
Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah, I think we've gotten so accustomed to the one-way texting, right? I mean, getting an appointment, but being told not to reply if we, you know, to call this number. So, I mean, that is a big shift. I mean, do you, in terms of, I mean, it sounds like you all are primarily using the texting for appointment reminders and scheduling. Do you envision using the bidirectional texting in other ways as well?
Oh, sure. Well, right now it's for, again, it's the appointment reminders. I mean, we've used it heavily for vaccinations to get people, you know, scheduled for their vaccinations. But no, we are currently now working on a pilot to be able to do direct scheduling from texting as well. So you've already established, from a patient perspective, a relationship, or maybe not, but we want you to be able to request, I would like to, Houston Methodist schedule appointment. You bring back certain information, and you can, get to a point where, yes, that you could schedule appointment. But as we need more clinical information, because again, you want to be careful that you're not sharing clinical information, or, that it's not there yet. So at some point you would be directed with a link to, log back into your portal to kind of finish additional information. But we truly do believe that we're kind of just on the cusp of trying to be able to help, get to an easier way than, again, logging into a portal, having to go back and look at schedules. And, unfortunately, I think we do way too much in our cars today, but, it's the way that we live our busy lives.
Yes, I realize we're running short on time, and there is something that I did want to touch on, and that's one area that I do think sort of telehealth is probably here to stay is behavioral health. And one of the things we've noticed over the last 12 months during this pandemic is not only have we destigmatized behavioral health, access has changed and accelerated. And because you don't have to go in, you don't have to find someone who's down the street or within 2 miles of your house. So I'm curious, and Carrie, do you want to take this first in terms of what are the changes that you've seen on the behavioral health front?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've definitely seen an investment boom in the behavioral health space for sure. I think it's one of the long-term effects that's here to stay from COVID, one of many we don't know about. I mean, diabetes, I'm reading in an article the other day, is showing up more prevalent in people who have had COVID. I mean, so I think there's going to be a lot of long-term health implications of COVID that we don't know about, but behavioral health is certainly one of them we know about now. We have struggled with as a country for some time, and now is amplified by COVID. So yeah, I think the whole conversation about virtual coupled with even medical devices, Michelle, I appreciate your comments on that, to amplify the power of virtual. I think that is ripe for the behavioral health market, 100%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Michelle, have you noticed anything in terms of behavioral health and what patients are asking for and on that front?
I just, take a society who we love to be around each other, right? We love the socialness of, all of us being there. And now to almost a year that we've had to almost quarantine and not see each other and not have, communications, not like what we were used to. I mean, yes, I think you've kind of seen areas that is going to have to be addressed. And I want to make sure we put it that way, because I do think it is something that it's not only stressors for adults, but I think it's stressors that it's been for children as well. They're not in their normal classrooms. They're not being able to socialize with friends. And, so what I appreciate and what I have seen is lots of opportunities to be able to have, virtual behavioral health visits that I think are so important. And what I'm hopeful of is that, yes, you've destigmatized the issue that some people used to have about the whole process. And, people see the value of what it is for what I believe is really an area that if we haven't seen it yet, we will, of kind of what's occurred with overall with COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And for so long, it was kind of a fragmented area as well, Michelle. So my hope is that as the technology and innovation begins to infuse that space even more, it gets more brought into the overall care of the patient, that more holistic approach.
Yes,
yeah,
I agree.
Having worked with PR agencies, I'm talking to a lot of agency CEOs that are bringing in behavioral health specialists in a way that they never would have been able to do, right, for their employees. PR is a high stress environment, and to your point, Michelle, it's an industry where people like to get together and they rely on that collaboration and seeing other people. And so we're noticing a crisis really in the PR industry. And it's been interesting to see how I'm having conversations with agency CEOs on a daily basis about what they're doing, bringing in, via telemedicine, bringing in these experts to help their employees. I think we have 1 minute. I'm going to do a crazy lightning, one innovation that you're most excited about in the future. Just be as futuristic as you want to be on this. Carrie, you look like you're ready to go. Or is that a thinking face?
It was a thinking face. What I'm super interested in is how we're going to ultimately tackle this contact tracing the tracing piece of it. We've been so focused on the vaccine rollout, which is awesome, but we are at some point going to have to get back to kind of the tracking and the testing side of things. And I think there's a ton of potential there. And I think there's lessons to be learned from other regions of the world to apply here in America. And so for me, I'm excited to see how that rolls and then to other medical conditions, diseases, et cetera. Let's get rid of the paper passport card.
Yes. All right, Michelle, I'm going to let you go until Erin comes on to boot us off.
Sure. I mean, of course, I think you heard from me. I am most excited about voice and really how can we transform the way that, we do medicine with our patients. I would agree about contact tracing. I think the other thing that is going to come out of this is all the data that we have collected and what's going on with these COVID populations, because we just don't know the long-term effects of what's going to happen with COVID, but I'm very excited to see how we're going to use this data to be able to help us going forward. And really AI, I think we've just barely kind of touched the surface on what AI is going to do for us as a healthcare organization.
Well, thank you, Michelle and Carrie. And here's Erin to scooch us off stage.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't, because I've listened to this whole conversation and really enjoyed it and learned some things, and had never really thought about that angle of the storm. I lived in Austin for a while, and my sister lives there, so I heard a lot about sort of the disruption firsthand. So thank you for bringing sort of an unobvious or non-obvious situation to the table in terms of infrastructure and how that impacts all of us. So that was a great drill down in a different area. And thank you for all the conversation around everything else. I will say, I'm looking forward to HIMSS in August. Fingers crossed live. I've had my first vaccine, so I'm going to be there. Michelle, hopefully we'll see you there. Arthi, I don't know if that will be your ball of wax, but maybe we'll do a redo of this panel or some format of that. But thank you all, Arthi, for being an expert moderator. Michelle, Carrie, really appreciate you. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day. I will relieve you of your video duties. I have a few last minute housekeeping notes before we go into another little palate cleanser. We know that we delivered a lot of great content today already. And last night we had the luxury of doing some live virtual music or virtual live music. That's an oxymoron, I get it. But we have a band called Lolo. She's even better the second time around. Hope you enjoy the set. We're going to run that right after this. You can keep it on in the background and multitask. We want to give you a little bit of time to reset. We had so much yesterday, so much today. We do have more content this afternoon. So once you've caught up, maybe made some lunch for your kids, done your email, rested your brain a little bit, then, make sure you come back. This is an important housekeeping note. So after the Lolo set runs, you have to restart the stream. And I know there was a little confusion around that yesterday. We've pinned the link in chat. We'll also have reminder emails that go out to show you where to go. But if you want to, look for that, maybe copy it and save it. In the chat, there is a pinned link to the chat that starts this afternoon. We are doing a special clubhouse. So for those that are curious or that are already on, if you want to ping me on Twitter, I'm at Aaron Strout, or ping Real Chemistry. We'll see if we can get you an invite if you're not already on there. But we are Stephanie Agresta, long-term South by Southwest expert and veteran who now works with me at Real Chemistry. She and I are going to be hosting a clubhouse. Hopefully pull in some of the speakers, some of the listeners, and talk about what we've talked about, talk about South by Southwest in general. That's at 12:25 Central Time. So if you're doing your math correctly, that is 10:25 Pacific Time and 1:25 Eastern Time. And so we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we're going to resume our content at 2 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. We have more great sessions, so please do tune in. Thanks all for listening, and we will see you after the break.
Hey guys, I'm Lolo, and I just want to say we are so excited to be a part of the Real Chemistry South by Southwest 2021 party. I wish we were live and in person like we were in 2017, but it's okay. We're happy to just be playing music, and we are thankful for this opportunity. And we're gonna shout some music your way now, and yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day. Thanks. Thanks for tuning in via the interwebs. Technology is amazing what we can do, right? But, you know, we've come a long way. This next song is about that. This song is about knowing that you have a journey ahead of you, and that, you know, in some ways, throughout our lives, there's always going to be a journey ahead of us, and it's not always going to be an easy journey, but it's important to keep going because we all have a long way to go. And I think that, you know, the journey is as important as the destination. As we've learned, I think, over the last year, especially being in this weird COVID limbo, that this journey we've all been on has been, I think, in some ways rewarding, confusing, but also rewarding. This is miles to go. Keep my head up high, worry low. Diamonds in my eyes, I got the glow. And every time I get this feeling, that's when I know I'm not alone. Keep my head up, 'cause I got miles to go. Keep my head up, keep my head up, keep my head up high. Keep my head up, keep my head up, keep my head up high. There's nothing more, there's nothing less, there's only lives forever. Dare me to run, I'll take a chance, like fire on the river. Hands across my chest, if you never fall, how do you know how far you can rise? Keep my head up high, worry low. Diamonds in my eyes, I got the glow. And every time I get this feeling, that's when I know I'm not alone. Keep my head up, 'cause I got miles to go. Oh, keep my head up, keep my head up, keep my head up high. Keep my head up, keep my head up, keep my head up high. Keep my head up, keep my head up, oh. Keep my head up, keep my head up, keep my head up high. Hands across my chest, if you never fall, how do you know how far you can rise? Rise, keep my head up This is a new song called Yellow Brick Road. They told you to buy a house, but if you buy a time I saw her was weeks ago. It's not the drinking, it's not the drugs, it's not the money, 'cause there's enough. It's not the phone you never answer, no, it's just the love you don't feel anymore. Why can't you keep up? I can hear mother saying like she does, she should just understand. Oh, not everything in this world is good for us. It's not the drinking, it's not the drugs, it's not the money, 'cause there's enough. It's not the phone you never answer, no, it's just the love that you don't feel anymore. But do you feel anymore? Oh, don't you run away while I'm talking to you. I need a little more. You better run away, but you don't know, do you? I need a little more. It's gonna be easy now. Now that you made my bed for me to lie in, the ship is going down, and all I can do is stand and feel the water. It's not the drinking, it's not the drugs, it's not the money, there's enough. It's not the phone you never answer, it's just the love that you don't feel anymore. Oh, it's not the drugs, oh, it's not the money, 'cause there's enough. It's not the phone you never answer, it's just the love that you don't feel anymore. Do you feel We're gonna play a newer song in my life. And if you drink wine, you might have heard this on TV and paid attention to it. This is a song called Wild. You ready? One, a two, a one, two, three, hey. That's Joseph Kyle on the bass, and he's amazing. And this is Jeremy Tubbs on the drums. We're gonna play a classic Lolo tune. I put a record out in 2016 called "In Loving Memory of When I Gave a Shit," because those are my feelings. And this is a song from that album. It's called "Not Gonna Let You Walk Away." One night at a time. starting to sweat. I don't know about y'all. Feels good? Feels real good. We're gonna play another new song, and it feels good to play these songs. It feels good to play them, not just release them. We live in a world where we're like releasing songs, and we're not really playing them because we're in COVID land, and it's a strange place to be. So, it feels good. That's when you know it's good, when you smack yourself with your own drum. I will tell this story. I one time was in the middle of screaming, as I do here for all of you nice people, watching, and I was holding the microphone and I was like really in the moment, and I dropped down to my knees, and then I put my head down with my eyes closed, and I did not notice at any point how close my microphone was, and I chipped my front tooth, and I had to have it fixed and filed away, and it was not cute. I had like a hard edge. I had like a weird triangle tooth going on for a little while. It wasn't that cute, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna make a hard segue into like a completely different vibe, but we're just gonna do it anyways. This is a song called Shine, and this song means a lot to me. I wrote this song when I was in a really strange place. I talk a lot about mental health because mental health is everything. You know, if if we're not taking care of our mental health, it affects everything in and out of our lives. And I wasn't really taking care of my mental health. And there's a lot in my life that that wasn't sort of coming to be because I wasn't taking care of myself. Anyways, long story short, I wrote this song as a reminder to myself that I'm the only person that can help myself, and that I'm, you know, worthy of that help. The love and care that I give to others, I need to give that same kind of kindness to myself. And we're all worthy of that. We're all worthy of that kindness. The same kindness and forgiveness we give to others. We need to learn to do that inward as well, because I think we're all self-critical, and life is weird. Weird and hard. And, you know, anyway, here's Shine. 20-something and fit, but you don't give a shit. Fast lane driver with a hot agenda. When you gonna slow down? Are you gonna slow down? Think you can't touch the ground. You're proud of your Marshall make you look like a winner, but the bread in your cupboard barely feeds your hunger. Spending all your money trying to be fancy. Say no one can touch you now. Why you waiting on the world for a favor? This is your life, go ahead and change it. You're the brightest star in the sky, but no one's gonna know if you never shine. Why you waiting on someone else to give you the things that you want yourself? Oh, you're the brightest star in the sky, so go ahead and shine, yeah, go ahead and shine. Go ahead and we're all strung out and lost, but can't speak of it. Wars you're fighting in your mind, they own you. Are you gonna get it out if the drugs fail out? Who's gonna save you now? You take another drink, but you feel nothing, like you're the only one who don't need saving. Why you waiting on the world for a favor? This is your life, go ahead and change it. You're the brightest star in the sky, but no one's gonna know if you never shine. Why you waiting on someone else to give you the things that you want yourself? Oh, you're the brightest star in the sky, so go ahead and shine. Oh, there's no man against and when you need a shield, take a breath. Oh, before the moment's gone. Why you waiting on the world for a favor? This is your life, go ahead and change it. You're the brightest star in the sky, but no one's gonna know if you never shine. Why you waiting on someone else to give you the things that you want yourself? You're the brightest star in the sky, so go ahead and shine. Why you waiting on the world for a favor? This is your life, go ahead and change it. You're the brightest star in the sky, but no one's gonna know if you never shine. And why you waiting on someone else to give you the things that you want yourself? You're the brightest star in the sky, so go ahead and shine. Thank you. I wrote a set list, but I do what I often do, which is I want to change it up in the moment. And so my dudes back here have learned that about me, and then they just roll with it, because half the time they're looking at me like I got like 4 heads, like, wait, what? This wasn't on the list. And I'm like, sorry, oops. If you know this one, sing along. Well, here I go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's just one of my favorite songs to sing. I'm sorry, I just wanted to do it. I love that song with all of my heart. I want to say thank you so much to Real Chemistry for having us and giving us this opportunity to play your South by Southwest party this year. We're so honored. My name is Lolo. This is Joseph Kyle next to me on bass. And this is Jeremy Tubbs over here on the drums. I could not do it without this trio here. We do all kinds of configurations, but we have so much fun in this trio because we just get to play music, which I guess is the point, but it's good to play music. I'm gonna close with a song that I didn't make well known, but I did write it, so I'll claim it. I'll take the credit either way. This is a song called High Hopes. You know the words, sing along. Mama said, fulfill the prophecy, be something greater, go make a legacy, manifest destiny. Back in the days we wanted everything. Mama said, burn your biographies, rewrite your history, light up your wildest dreams, museum victories. Every day we wanted everything. Mama said, don't give up, it's a little complicated, all tied up